I got a cheat ability in a different world, and became extraordinary even in the real world. Volume 8. Prologue. Tsukasa Hojo, the president of Uzai Academy, was working and looking over various documents, when there was a knock at the door. "Come in." "Excuse me." The person who entered the room was Tsukasa's secretary, who had several letters in her hands. "These are the letters that arrived today. There's also a letter from Kasumi-sama." "Oh, thank you." When Tsukasa looked away from the papers and took the letters, the secretary continued with a raised eyebrow. "And there's one more thing I want to tell you." "Over here." "This is..." The secretary handed him a sheet of paper with words from a newspaper cut and pasted on it. It was a threatening note to the Hojo family, telling them to prepare money if they didn't want to be in danger. "Again. How many have you received today?" "More than 10, I think." At first, I thought it was just a malicious prank, but it's hard to overlook something like this. In addition, there have been some disturbing developments overseas recently. The other day, the president of an overseas company was arrested for being connected to the underworld. It's also possible that some large organization may be backing the sender of this threatening letter. "Sorry, but can you call Kaori?" "Very well." The secretary left the room after receiving Tsukasa's instructions, and shortly after, there was another knock on the door of the room. When Tsukasa urged her to enter, Kaori came in. "Excuse me. I was told you wanted to see me. I really didn't want to worry you too much, but I wanted to make sure that you were aware of this." "The truth is, we've been receiving threatening letters directed to our family lately. Not just once, but several times." "That's..." Kaori's eyes widened when she heard about the threatening letter for the first time because Tsukasa had kept it a secret so as not to worry Kaori. No matter how wealthy the Hojo family was, she never thought that there would be someone who would send them a threatening note. In addition to that, Kaori sensed from Tsukasa's words that it was more than just a prank, which made her tighten up. What did that threatening letter say?" "It's demanding money. It says if we refuse, they will harm us. Honestly, with the lack of information, it's hard to predict who these people are or where they plan to target us." "No way. So what should I do?" "I think it's best not to go out, but that's difficult too. For now, I think I'll give you a few more bodyguards to protect you and see how it goes. But even so, be very careful when you go out." "I understand." Kaori nodded with a serious expression to Tsukasa's words while remembering the ring of crisis avoidance that Yuuya had given her. If she has it, she will be able to use magic to move to a safe zone that she has set up in advance the moment she feels she is in danger. Of course, if the power of this ring were to be activated in public, it would cause a huge commotion on Earth, where magic did not exist, but still, it does not compare to a life threat. The best thing would be for nothing to happen though. Tsukasa let out a sigh, then softened his tone and opened his mouth again. "Oh, by the way, there was a letter from Kasumi." "Eh? A letter from Kasumi? So that means..." "Yeah. She'll be back during this summer vacation." "I see." Kaori's eyes sparkled at the cheerful news, which was a complete change from the discussion earlier. Kasumi was the younger sister of Kaori and lived abroad with her mother, so she never had a chance to see her except during long vacations. Now that we know that Kasumi is coming back, is it going to be difficult for mother? "Yes, I think so. I read in her letter your mother won't be able to come back during this summer vacation." "Is that so? But I'm looking forward to Kasumi's return. But I'm also worried about her coming back alone." "Yes. I'm anxious about the possibility of involving Kasumi in this kind of situation. But she won't listen to me. She doesn't want to give in to a threatening letter. Let's find out again who sent the threatening letter so that we can feel a little more secure." Despite the unsettling atmosphere, the Hojo family was looking forward to their first family reunion in a long time. Sky Mountain. It was a harsh environment where powerful monsters competed for survival, although it was not as bad as the Great Devil's Nest, which was designated as a super dangerous area. However, unlike the Great Devil's Nest, the Sky Mountain was home to a wide variety of medicinal herbs, many of which could only be found here. Some of these herbs had the effect of giving a person a tremendous amount of magic power or even regenerating a part of their body that they had lost. That was why there was no end to the number of people who recklessly tried to find these herbs without regard for the danger. In such a dangerous environment, two shadows were moving at high speed through the forest, despite the poor foothold. Good gracious! I never thought this day would come. That's right. The rabbit that bears two holy titles, Kicking Saint and Ear Saint, muttered in a whisper. Iris, the Sword Saint, replied to these words with a hint of nervousness. The ending of the conflict with the evil in our generation. Not in the hands of a holy, but in the hands of another. When I first met Yuuya, I thought he was just a person with potential, but you never know what will happen in life. Yeah. Next to Usagi, who was talking sullenly, Iris was obviously focused on something else than Usagi's story, and kept an eye on every corner of the forest as she moved. I believe there is an important ingredient in this forest that can be used to make a love potion, right? Moreover, it can only be found at this time of year. Yes, Iris was thinking about a love potion while Usagi was talking seriously. Why does she think about such a thing? It was, of course, to use on Yuuya. I'm looking forward to seeing how he grows from now on. Yuuya-kun. In order to get him, I can't choose my means. The last time I cooked something, it didn't win his heart. But more importantly, because the evil was destroyed, he didn't need to train anymore, and that was a good excuse for the massage. They were so strong, how could they disappear so easily? They're the evil, right? They ought to have been stronger. What a wave of unreasonable anger. Even so, this Sky Mountain hasn't changed. Wait, hey, Iris? Well, okay. That's what the love potion is for. As a last resort in case of emergency, it was worth doing all the research I had done in the past. Potions with side effects and/or weak effects are out of the question. For this matter, it seems that the love potion made from the ingredients found in this forest is the ideal love potion. In this other world, there were many medicines called love potions. However, most of them were harmful to the human body or had questionable effects, so there was no ideal love potion in existence. In such a situation, Iris knew that in this forest where she and Usagi were visiting this time, a herb grows in clusters only once every 3 years and was used as an ingredient for a love potion that had no risk and maximum effect. Therefore, when it was decided that she and Usagi would go around informing the other surviving holy and their disciples that the evil had been defeated, Iris strongly requested that they go to the report from the magic saint who lived around this forest. Usagi, not knowing anything about the love potion, was skeptical at first, but since they were going to report it anyway, he didn't really mind. He also saw a few adventurers who were confident in their skills and looked for the same herbs as Iris, which made Iris even more determined in her search. I'll find it, no matter what. But it can be collected only at this time of the year, so if I miss this, there will be no next. Iris, are you sure you're listening to me? Will you stop talking to me for a second? This is not the time for that. You're not listening to me, huh? Usagi could only let out a sigh at Iris's overly blatant attitude. Iris, who seeks a boyfriend, was powerful. However, since the situation would remain as it is, there was no point in rushing a report to the magic saint, so Usagi stopped in place. Then, as expected, Iris stopped as well. What happened to you? That should be my line. I can see it from earlier. But, if you have something to do in this forest, finish it first. It's annoying. What do you mean, annoying? You know, my precious future is at stake here. Really, what is it with you? Usagi put his hand on his forehead to suppress his headache. I don't care what it is at this point, but hurry up. We've almost arrived at the magic saint's house. You never know what kind of magic he's going to shoot at you if you act too stupidly. Even so, we are going to talk about something unbelievable. Ugh.
I know.
When Iris heard Usagi's words, she remembered the magic saint that they were going to meet and became a little calmer. The magic saint had established a base in the Sky Mountain, where he usually spent his time researching the medicinal plants that grew in the area and researching magic. In addition to the importance of the love potion for Iris, she also knew that the magic saint she was about to meet was not a person she could joke with, so she tightened her grip. After all, she had to go and talk to someone who couldn't take any jokes. It's hard to imagine what kind of response will await Iris and Usagi. Was it a mistake to say that we should go report it to the magic saint? We'll have to go anyway though. The difference is whether it's early or late. If we take care of the trouble first, the rest will be easier, right? The rest is easy though, the only one that's troublesome is the magic saint. Don't say that. Usagi and Iris breathed a sigh at the same time and resumed moving again. Chapter 1, Alien Invasion. While Iris and Usagi took action in the other world, there was a huge panic on Earth. Suddenly, something that looked like a huge spaceship appeared right above a certain house. What the hell is that? A UFO? Could they be filming something? How could they be filming something like that? Hey! Record. Gradually, people began to gather, and even a police helicopter began to move, and the situation developed into a huge commotion. It's no wonder because the spaceship didn't leave the scene but continued to float quietly in the sky. More and more people gather around Yuuya's house in the distance. Suddenly, one of them noticed something strange. Ha! No way. Amazing. Hey, they keep coming. In addition to the spaceship floating right above Yuuya's house, countless other saucer-shaped spaceships with an emblem of a dragon on them arrived one after another. Unaware of the large crowd of people, the police, and the countless spaceships that were arriving, Yuuya was. I was in a tight spot right now. Just when I thought I was finally going to be able to relax, a girl named Merle-san, an alien from the planet Amel, suddenly arrived at my house on Earth. She told me that she was looking for the blueprint of an important weapon hidden in my house. And I managed to figure out what it might be. The only problem was that Uma-san seemed to have messed with the blueprint somehow, and he's really flustered. There were many things I wanted to say, such as why there was such a thing in my house in the first place and what kind of things my grandfather collected, but first, I need Merle-san to calm down. Just as I was about to open my mouth, Merle-san stuck out her left hand toward me. Then, the terminal-like device attached to her left arm instantly broke apart and began to deform in some mechanical way, eventually transforming into a cannon-like shape. Thrusting out her arm that had been transformed into a cannon that looked dangerous, Merle-san declared with a serious expression. "This is your final warning. Give me the blueprint immediately. I'll give it to you, but..." The moment I was about to hurriedly answer, Merle-san, Yuti, who was standing next to me watching the proceedings, instantly distanced herself from us, readied her bow, and pointed it at Merle-san. "Why, Yuti? What are you imitating? Alert! This girl's got her weapon up. That means enemy." To Yuti, who could not understand Merle-san's words, it seemed that I had been threatened with a weapon for no reason whatsoever, and she was radiating a murderous spirit that was about to pierce Merle-san. Yuti, a disciple of the Bow Saint, had a ruthlessly high fighting ability. Normally, one would cower at the mere touch of her murderous intent, but Merle-san's expression remained cool. "You've made a fool of me, haven't you? To attack me with such a primitive weapon." The moment she was about to say that much, suddenly, the ceiling of my house blew out. My house. That dragon crest. They already know where it is? Merle-san was staring at the open ceiling in amazement, but I couldn't be more upset. My grandfather's house was suddenly damaged, after all. I looked up at the sky in dismay and saw countless spaceships floating in the sky. Then, light was emitted from such UFOs, and some kind of humanoid creature came down from inside. Kukuku. It's a pity, Amel alien. We know that this place possesses the blueprint you seek. Dragonia alien. If Merle San's words are correct, then the people floating in the air in front of me must be the Dragonia aliens. What's unique about them is that while Merle San's figure is completely the same as Earth people, the Dragonias have dragon-like horns growing out of their temples, and when looking at them closely, I can even see what looks like scales on their bodies. They wore the same tight-fitting, full-body suit that Merle San also wore, but with a somewhat futuristic armor design, and in their hands, they held what looked like a spear. The spear's tip was not made of metal but some kind of glowing mass of energy. The Dragonia smiled derisively. Now, be a good boy and give me the blueprint. I refuse. I can't let you have it. Humph. How can you still say that in this situation? Oh, no. The moment one of the Dragonia aliens gave the order to the sky, one of the spaceships floating in the sky exploded and crashed. That is, on my house. My ship. Kuahaha. Now you'll never be able to return to your home planet, will you? Well, if you're smart enough to give me the blueprint, I'll take you back to your planet. That will be the end of your planet, though. Merle San gave a piercing look at the Dragonia aliens laughing in the sky. I'll never give it to you. If that's the case, then we'll take it by force. Starting with the words of one of the Dragonia aliens, the other Dragonia aliens came charging towards my house one after another. In front of these Dragonia aliens, Merle San held up the cannon on her left arm. Stop it. The people of this planet have absolutely nothing to do with this. So what? No one cares how many creatures from this remote planet disappear. Energy was concentrated in Merle San's left arm at a tremendous rate. And then, finally, a huge beam was shot at the Dragonia aliens. Some of the Dragonia aliens were instantly obliterated by the blow. Humph. As expected of the Amel aliens. It seems that they have the technology to do so. But how many more times can you use that weapon? Coup. While the fierce battle between Merle San and the Dragonia aliens was unfolding, I hurriedly used my water magic to put out the fire so that the falling debris from the spaceship would not burn my house. Then, Knight and the others cooperate with me. And we all succeeded in putting out the fire, running around frantically. In the midst of the fierce firefight, the Dragonia aliens showed their frustration because they could not defeat Merle San. TSK. It's too much trouble. I'll just wipe out this whole city. Wah. Are you insane? Yes, I'm insane. You'll perish for the sake of the prosperity of our planet Dragonia. There is no greater honor than that. I won't let that happen. As the conversation went on and on, leaving the rest of us behind, a somewhat bewildered-looking Yuti approached me with her bow at the ready. Confused. Suddenly, an incomprehensible woman came from the sky, and then an even more incomprehensible group came. What's going on? Yuuya? Yuti called out to me, but I was not paying attention. They're going to destroy Grandpa's house. And this city? Eh? I stared at the people fighting in the sky, despite Yuti's confusion. And then. That's in Awoog. Question mark. What is this power Ga? When I activated the Holy King's authority, a golden dragon-like wave motion was released from my body. As if my intentions were reflected directly, the golden dragon attacked the Dragonias one after another. However, their bodies did not seem to be injured, and those who the golden dragon ate seemed to have lost consciousness at that moment. Since I had already activated the Holy King's authority, once during the battle against Avis, I could feel my strength and life force being drained at a tremendous rate. But I couldn't let this happen. I couldn't stand the sight of a stranger suddenly coming and destroying this house full of memories with my grandfather. And the way they talked about how they would easily kill the people of this town who had nothing to do with them. Seeing the Holy King's authority, that I invoked with anger, Uma-san, who had remained indifferent, murmured with some amusement. How? You can now use the power of the Holy King, as an attack against people other than the evil, Umu Umu. As Uma-san said, it was the first time that the power of the Holy King had been activated against an existence other than the evil, and the Dragonia aliens who had not yet lost consciousness ran away, while the others lost consciousness and collapsed one after another.
I never heard of this.
How could someone with such power exist on a remote planet like this? Report to the mothership immediately. We need to retreat. Let's go at once. I won't let you escape. As I reached the limit of my physical strength and was about to fall, Yuti supported me, and Merle-san held up her cannon towards the fleeing Dragonia aliens. And then, eat this. The largest amount of energy that had ever been released was focused on the cannon on her left arm and was released at once. The power was so great that it seemed to burn up everything in the sky, not only the Dragonian aliens but also the spaceships that were floating in the sky. Finally, all of the Dragonia aliens, including all of the spaceships floating in the sky, disappeared. Thank goodness. As I was watching the scene, almost fainting, Uma-san approached me with a look of dismay. You fool. You knew what would happen if you used that power twice, didn't you? It's because this city. As I struggled to formulate words in my fading consciousness, Uma-san let out a sigh. Sigh. Well, it's my fault this time, too. Take it. And the moment Uma-san lightly touched me, I felt something warm flow into my body. The warmth was so comforting that I finally let go of my consciousness. I gave away my life force. Now the amount that had been consumed earlier would no longer be a problem. You're such a troublesome master. Just before I lost consciousness, I heard Uma-san's voice. When Yuuya lost consciousness, Merle, who had been pointing the cannon at the sky, finally released her stance. At that moment, smoke erupted from the cannon with tremendous force. I must have pushed myself a little too hard. I'm afraid the battle mode will be useless for a while. Merle, who had disarmed herself with a sigh, now turned her attention to the people who had gathered outside the house. Some people were either speechless or struggling to record the unrealistic scene that had suddenly unfolded. I don't want my existence or the blueprint to be revealed from their memories. Let's just erase the memory here. Merle then operated the terminal on her left arm, which had just been transformed into a cannon. The information alteration. It seems that it's safe. Then, the moment Merle operated the terminal, a special wave motion was emitted from the terminal. The wave motion easily reached people's brains and instantly erased all the memories they had seen so far. Moreover, the waves were not limited to Merle's vicinity but spread across the entire planet, without a single exception, erasing all records of spaceships, aliens, and even herself. Furthermore, the wave motion affected not only the human brain but also the electronic devices on the planet, completely erasing all the records that had already been released to the sea of the internet. Those who were directly watching the battle or the videos that had been spread out were momentarily blinded by the erasure of their memories and could only vaguely perceive the situation in front of them and what had just happened. What was I doing? I'm feeling fuzzy. More importantly, why are we in this place?
I don't know.
It's bad. We have to hurry, or we'll be late. Everyone wondered why they were here, but they returned to their daily lives as if nothing had happened. Originally, they could have guessed that something had happened if their doubts had prevailed when their memories had disappeared or if they had seen Yuuya's house, which was now in a cruel state in front of them. But Merle had already taken care of that as well. Phew. I was able to falsify the information, guide the thoughts, and deploy camouflage. All in time. Yes, at the same time Merle erased the information, she guided the people's thoughts towards their daily lives and deployed a wave of camouflage to prevent them from properly perceiving what was happening in front of them. Now, if I don't get the blueprint back soon, I'm sure I won't miss a beat, but it's only a matter of time before they come back to this place. As Merle hurried to leave, she thought about how she could get the blueprint back by force this time. I really wanted to ask them to give it to me peacefully, but I can't stay here long. The Dragonias have already found me, so let's just get it and go home. Now that the Dragonias had discovered her location, Merle had no time to spare. She immediately decided to rush back to Amel from Earth. But don't get carried away, little girl. What? Suddenly, Merle was hit by tremendous pressure. It's invisible energy violence, and Merle couldn't stand it, so she was knocked down to the ground and fell to her knees. Then Uma quietly flew up to her. In the background, Knight, Akatsuki, and Seal are also present. When Merle was sweating profusely because she was completely unable to move, Uma looked down at her coldly. As long as what you are looking for is in this house and Yuuya has tried to give it to you, there is nothing to complain about. But don't you know what you've done? Eh? When Uma told her that, Merle took another look at her surroundings. There was a pile of rubble where Yuuya's house was spread out. Fugo. Pai? As if in tune with Uma's words, the usually mild-mannered Knight growled. Akatsuki moved his paws quickly like a boxing shadow, and Seal raised his dusky voice. Merle desperately tried to keep her distance from Knight and the others who were slowly closing in on her, but she was finally cornered against the wall. With the added pressure of Knight and the others, Merle was finally unable to say anything. Why, don't be so afraid. You're the one who caused this mess. Then you know what you have to do, don't you? Merle could no longer do anything but nod in response to Uma and the others' words. Chapter 2, Each Thought. Part 1. While Merle and the Dragonias were fighting on Earth, Lexia, Mai Kagurazuka, and the others who had remained in the Regal Kingdom since the recent attack by Avis were enjoying themselves. Let's go quickly. Please wait, Lexia Summer. As Mai tried to calm Lexia, who was about to pull May's hand and rush out right now, Luna sighed and followed as her escort. Mai, give up. If Lexia is like that, there's nothing we can do. Hey, Luna. Don't talk about me like I'm a wild animal. Isn't that the truth? That's not true. Mai was disconcerted by the sudden comical exchange. From May's perspective, Lexia is a princess, and she should not be in a position to walk around the city with her like this. Luna-san. It's all right. Really? If Mai says so, then. Even so, Mai. What's with that tone? Is there something wrong? May's face turned pale as she wondered if she had done something wrong when her tone was suddenly pointed out. But there's only one problem. We're friends now, aren't we? If that's the case, please don't use such formal language, just treat me normally. No, but. I said it's okay, so it's okay. Do you understand? Answer me. Even though it was Lexia's request, she could not break her formal speech so easily. She was dealing with royalty, after all. But Lexia continued to stare at May's face as if she was planning to remain there until Mai changed her tone. Luna quietly put her hand on May's shoulder as Mai was confused. Mai, give up. As I said before, once Lexia has made a decision, she will go through with it. Geez. What a selfish princess. What are you talking about? Luna, I'm a princess, remember. You should be more careful with me. Is that so? Well then, is this what you want, Lexia Summer? Don't be so mean to me. I prefer the usual Luna. In response to Luna's condescending attitude, Lexia sharpened her tongue. Seeing Lexia's appearance, Luna smiled bitterly and turned her gaze to Mai once again. She's such a princess. Of course, in public, you will be required to use language and attitude appropriate to the occasion. But at least in other places, you can treat her just like an ordinary person. Why, yes. Of course, not just to Lexia, but to me as well. Don't hesitate to call me Luna. Not only was Luna urging her to do so, but Lexia was also looking at her expectantly, and Mai finally surrendered. Understood. No, I get it. Is this okay? Yes. That's perfect. With a big smile on her face, Lexia pulled May's hand again and started to move. Better yet, let's get going. Wait a minute. When you say to go quickly, I want you to tell me where we are going. Ara? Didn't I tell you? No, you didn't. This is just the same old Lexia. It's not that I'm always like this, you know. I just happen to forget it. Lexia hurriedly clears her throat and tells her again. Since Mai has a special power as a saint, I thought it would be good for you to register as an adventurer. An adventurer? Yes. Doesn't it exist in your world? It's a job that involves exterminating monsters, guarding people, gathering herbs and other things. Why, yeah. I've heard of adventurers, but I've never heard of them doing anything with monsters and such. But can I really become one? Of course. Besides, you have special powers, don't you? It'll be a piece of cake. What do you mean by a piece of cake? May's cheek twitched at Lexia's overly optimistic words. Well, despite what Lexia said, I agree that Mai should become an adventurer. There are many evil beasts in the world, not to mention evil. In order to defeat them, an identity like being an adventurer would be useful. And above all, experience with fighting monsters will be useful in the battle against evil that will eventually come. Right. It's just, is it okay? You've been summoned as a saint, but are you allowed to work as an adventurer in this regal kingdom? That's this country. No, I think it's because of the circumstances of this world that I was summoned here, and I was allowed to go about doing things quite freely, so it should be fine. Of course, if I were to go out alone, I might have been stopped, but with Luna and the others present, I was allowed to move freely for the time being. I see. You've been summoned for their own selfish reason, so it's only natural that you are allowed to be free. Luna nodded at May's words. At this time, Lexia and the others didn't know that Avis, the ultimate perfection of evil, had already been defeated by Yuuya and the others. That's why Lexia and the others were still steadily making preparations for the upcoming battle against evil. But that battle would never come. There it is. That's the Adventurers Guild. This is Fumu. The atmosphere is no different from the Adventurers Guild in the Alceria Kingdom. When the three of them reached their destination, the Adventurers Guild, they each looked up at the building. However, there is no point in standing around forever, as Lexia quickly entered the building. Hey, Lexia. Is that okay? A princess can't be so defenseless. She won't listen to us, you know. Besides, she is dressed like a commoner, and as long as it is not the evil or the holy that are attacking her, I can protect her from here. Luna is amazing. Not really. Come on, we should go in too. When Luna and Mai entered the guild, they found it packed with adventurers and was very lively. There's a lot of people here. Yeah. But it's rare to see so many people in a place like this. Is this a phenomenon unique to this country? As Luna twisted her head and looked around curiously, a drunken man with a reddish face approached her. Hey, girl. Is this your first time here? Yeah. Is this normal for this place to be packed with people like this? No. Not at all. It's just busy right now. There's a mountain not far from here called Sky Mountain, where a precious herb that can only be gathered once every 3 years is being collected, and everyone is getting excited about it. Herb? Haven't you ever heard of it? It's called Hala grass. Hala grass? Whoa. What did you say? When the drunk man was explaining to Luna, Lexia interrupted with shining eyes. Seeing Lexia's reaction, Luna tilted her head even further. I've never heard of it. Do you know about it, Lexia? Of course I know about it. More importantly, Luna, how come you don't know about it? Well. Lexia's enthusiasm was so great that Luna was taken aback. However, Lexia did not care about such a situation and continued. You know what? It is one of the materials needed to make the perfect love potion that everyone is chasing, without any side effects. It's a fantastic herb that can only be collected once every 3 years and rarely grows in clusters. Love potion? I didn't even know there was such a thing. Luna rolled her eyes at the unexpected item, and Mai realized once again that she was in a different world. I can't let this slide. I never thought that this season would be the time to collect hala grass. Luna, Mai. Are you ready? We're going to get some right now. That's why you should go and register as an adventurer. Hey, Lexia. It's easy for you to say, but we have to collect as much as possible so that we can make the love potion without fail. And when I give it to Yuuya Summer. Kya. It's so embarrassing to be a loving couple. You're not listening to me. When Luna tried to pull Lexia back from her own world, the stunned drunk man laughed unpleasantly. Hey, girls. You're not going to challenge it alone, are you? It's a dangerous place, and it's designated as a dangerous area. You girls can't go there alone, you know. But hey, it's okay. It's fate that we met here. I'll take care of it. Shut up. We don't need you, so go away. The drunken man was surprised at the sudden dismissal, but he was overwhelmed by Lexia's fierce determination and withdrew in a hurry. Geez. Who the heck is that guy? He interrupted our conversation. No, we were talking, and you barged in. That's not important. We're going to get the hala grass, no matter what. Okay? Wait. You heard what that guy said, right? The place that the hala grass is located is said to be a dangerous area. It's a place like that. Isn't it much better than the Great Devil's Nest? Right. Luna shouted in desperation. However, Mai, who had never heard of the Great Devil's Nest, hurriedly stopped them. Wait a minute. Why would I risk myself going to a place that was said to be dangerous? I want to gain some experience in combat, but my powers only work against evil, and I've never fought a monster before, so even if I went to a place like that, I'd be useless. Don't worry, Mai. I'll take care of the monsters. And compared to the environment of the Great Devil's Nest, everywhere is like heaven. What kind of place are you comparing this to? Well, that's not important. Whatever the case may be, I need the hala grass, so I will definitely be going there. I have to get it no matter what in order to become a hot married couple with Yuuya Summer. That guy is in trouble too, huh? Mai couldn't help but take a distant look when she heard Lexia's words. Now, hurry up and register as an adventurer. If we don't hurry, the hala grass will be completely collected. Wait. Mai was forcibly dragged to the reception desk. After that, Mai was able to register as an adventurer. Part 2. This is where the hala grass is located. Ha. This girl is so careless without even knowing my hardships. After Mai had registered as an adventurer, Lexia and the others immediately came to the entrance of the Sky Mountain, where the hala grass was said to grow. Luna, who had been dealing with the monsters that attacked them one after another until they reached the mountain, was completely exhausted. Seeing this, Mai couldn't help but open her mouth. Lexia. Do we have to do it today as well? Of course. We have to collect it right now and make a love potion for Yuuya Summer. No, I think it's more for Lexia's sake than for his. Mai couldn't help but blurt it out, but it didn't reach Lexia's ears right now. Mai, who decided that there was nothing more she could say, held up the sword that had been provided to her by the Regal Kingdom when she arrived in this world. I'm really an amateur when it comes to fighting monsters, as you can probably see from before we arrived here. This sword was also provided to me by the country, but I've never held a sword in my previous world. I'm not going to say that you don't have to worry, but I should be able to help you to some extent. So you can fight with all your might, Mai. If you insist, I'll take your word for it. And train myself in combat. When Mai made up her mind, Lexia couldn't bear the excitement anymore and finally stepped into the forest. While Lexia and Luna, who had experienced the Great Devil's Nest, did not feel suffocated because the atmosphere of this forest was overwhelmingly brighter than in the Great Devil's Nest. Mai felt a sense of oppression that she had never felt in Japan, and she felt somewhat suffocated. This was a true sign that the monsters that inhabited the forest were strong. The surge of magic power leaking from the monsters' bodies made Mai feel nauseated. As each of them carefully made their way through the forest, Luna quietly told them, "Stop!" Exclamation mark. There's a monster. As Luna glared sharply at a certain part of the forest, a boar with magnificent tusks jumped out of the bushes. Charge boar, huh? Be careful, it's a C-class monster. Normally, it was not the kind of monster that a newly registered adventurer like Mai would have to deal with. But since Luna, who was known as an assassin, was here, the danger was minimized. As soon as it spotted Lexia and the others, the monster called Charge Boar made a run, accelerated, and charged at them. Luna swung her arm sharply in the face of the attack, and the Charge Boar stopped moving as if its body had been caught in something. Boo! Mai. Okay. Hearing Luna's words, Mai immediately rushed to the Charge Boar and swung down the sword in her hand. When she was first summoned to the other world, she was hesitant to attack, even when the opponent was an evil beast. However, in front of the people of the other world who were suffering from evil, Mai thought that if she didn't do her best, the people of this world would be in danger, and she was able to push aside her aversion to fighting. Perhaps this mental aspect was also one of the reasons why Mai was summoned to this world as a saint. While Mai was attacking the Charge Boar in cooperation with Luna, Lexia also attacked the Charge Boar with a self-defense knife. However, as a princess, Lexia's strength was feeble, and she didn't seem to be doing any real damage. With the addition of Lexia's attack, which was not certain if it was supposed to support them, the Charge Boar finally collapsed and disappeared as a particle of light. Yay! We defeated it. Why yeah. We managed it somehow. Humph. Putting Mai aside, I'm not even sure Lexia's contribution is worth mentioning. What did you say? As usual, while Luna tweaked Lexia's words and Lexia chewed on them, Mai stared at her palms. As expected, I'm not used to fighting with weapons. But it's okay. If I do my best, the people of this world can be saved. I have to do my best. Mai? Then Lexia, who sensed something wrong with Mai, looked into her face with concern. I'm fine. More importantly, let's quickly find the herbs that Lexia is looking for, okay? The longer we wait, the later we'll get back. Oh, yes. We have to find it quickly. Lexia and the others began their search for the hara grass again. I'm surprised to learn that Mai and Yuuya-sama are from the same world. What's Yuuya-sama like in your world? I don't know much about him either. The only time I had met Yuuya was at the shrine where he and Kaori had gone for a test of courage. I see. I like how mysterious he is. I'm going to use the love potion to get to Yuuya-sama no matter what it takes. While searching, Lexia is burning with love for Yuuya. In order to do that, I have to find the hala grass, no matter what. However, there is no sign of the hala grass that Lexia is looking for, and the time is flying by. Hey! We can't find it. I don't need you to tell me that. You're the one who suggested it, right? You want it too, don't you? The love potion. I'm not the same as you. I don't need it. If you have the love potion, you can do anything you want with Yuuya-sama, you know. All right, let's find it. Luna? Mai retorted to Luna, who immediately switched her mind. While searching for the hard-to-find hala grass, Luna noticed a certain sign. What's that? What's wrong? There's a powerful presence. Lexia. The strong presence that Luna felt was getting closer and closer to Lexia. She hurriedly called out, but the source of the presence suddenly appeared in front of Lexia. You ladies are. Sword Saint Summer. The identity of the strong presence that Luna sensed was actually that of Iris, the Sword Saint. Moreover, behind Iris, there's also Usagi, the Kicking Saint. What is it? Little girl. You were here too? Ah, you're Yuuya Summer's master. Why are Iris Summer and Usagi Summer here? Lexia forgot about the halagrass and asked in surprise. And Usagi nodded once. It's just perfect. I have to tell you girls about something. Eh? Especially that little girl over there, Emmy? Mai, who hadn't expected that she would be called, shouted in surprise. Although Mai herself did not know much about the two people who appeared here, she sensed from Lexia's attitude that they were not ordinary. What on earth would such a person want with her? As Mai waited anxiously for Usagi's words, Usagi told her plainly. Your role is over. Eh? As I said, your role is over. Not understanding the meaning of Usagi's words, Mai fell silent. Then Iris, who was watching the scene, let out a sigh. You know. There's no way she can understand with just that, right? I don't know. That's just it. You really are an unreasonable lump of meat. Letting out a sigh at Usagi's behavior, Iris gave Mai a wry smile. The only thing is, what he said is true. You are the saint who was summoned from a different world, aren't you? Why, yes. It is said that I was summoned to defeat the evil that exists in this world. That evil is no longer around. It has already been defeated, eh? No way. What did you say? Mai was stunned by Iris's words, and Lexia and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Then Lexia quickly came to her senses and opened her mouth in a panic. Please wait, Iris Summer. It has been defeated, you say? Do you mean that horrible being has been defeated? Yes, that's right. Mai had never seen Avis, so all she knew was that there were such beings called evil, but Lexia and the others who had seen Avis in person and seen how he had overwhelmed Iris and Usagi with his incredible power could hardly believe it. Who in the world defeated him? Could it have been Iris Summer and the others? As expected of Iris Summer. And Usagi Summer is also very strong, as he's Yuuya Summer's master. Amazing. The power of those who are called holy is incredible. Lexia's gaze shined on Iris and the others. Mai also had been told by the King of Regal when she was summoned to this world that there were people called holy who opposed the evil. She, too, was aware of the fact that they were, in fact, extraordinary. However, Iris and Usagi looked at each other and smiled bitterly when such a reaction was directed at them. I'm sorry to disappoint you when you are praising us like that. But it was Yuuya who defeated the evil. Eh? To be more precise, it's Yuuya's family. As Iris explained, Mai tilted her head because she didn't know much about Knight and the others, but Lexia and the others, who knew about Knight and the others, opened their eyes even wider. Those Knight and the others? No, or did the Genesis dragon lend them a hand? Nope, not at all. Usagi and I also witnessed the moment directly. And before we knew it, Yuuya had taken a bluebird as his new family member, and together, the three of them, including Knight and Akatsuki, defeated the evil. That's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Even Usagi seemed somewhat tired when talking about it, which made Lexia and the others realize that this was the truth. And then, as expected from Yuuya Summer, I knew he was different from the rest of us in this world. As usual, Lexia's eyes sparkled at Yuuya's actions. However, Mai would not like to be thought that all Earthlings can do such crazy things, so she hurriedly denied it. No, I'm not as crazy as that guy. The rest of the people on Earth, including me, are normal. Earth? How? That sounds like an interesting story. Please continue. Then Iris, who still had no idea that Yuuya was from the same world as Mai, tilted her head. On the contrary, Usagi also urged her to continue with a curious look. Mai, who could not refuse the urging of the two, told them that Yuuya was from the same other world. and that he had the power to travel back and forth between the two worlds.
I see.
He wasn't a resident of this world, huh? Even if he was, he wouldn't be able to get that much talent. And even in that world, he is probably not normal. Am I right? It's not normal at all. Please don't use him as the standard for our world. A world based on him would be too scary. In addition to Usagi, who nodded her head in agreement with May's words, Iris was somewhat confused. I found the perfect man for me, but he's not from this world. But then again, Yuuya, you can go back and forth between two worlds, right? But is that something that can be done indefinitely? Or is it finite? If it's finite, which world will he end up in? Iris Summer? When Mai called out worriedly to Iris, who was acting strangely, Iris abruptly made up her mind. I've decided. Let's go to Yuuya-kun's house right now to talk to him. Part 3. I've decided. Let's go to Yuuya-kun's house right now to talk to him. Huh? The decision was so sudden that Usagi couldn't help but raise his voice, but Lexia quickly agreed. Iris Summer. I'm coming too. I had a lot of questions I wanted to ask as well. It's just that I've been searching for something here. Wait a minute, Lexia. As expected, going to the Great Devil's Nest without Oin and the others is. What are you talking about? Iris Summer and Usagi Summer are here, right? We don't need Oin. You're right. But don't say that in front of Oin. Luna couldn't say anything to Lexia, who answered so matter-of-factly. In fact, if Iris is around, it's certain to be safe unless it's in the depths of the Great Devil's Nest. Besides, Luna must be curious too, right? About Yuuya Summer. Well, yeah. Then let's go. Just as the story was about to be settled, Usagi, who was dumbfounded and was listening to the conversation, hurriedly intervened to stop it. Wait a minute. Iris, did you forget about our purpose today? Besides, I thought you were looking for something here. You're talking about telling the magic saint about evil, right? That can wait. It's not like there's any need to hurry since there's no more evil around anyway, and if anyone has a problem with it, I'll cut them down. And besides, I've already got everything I came for, so it's fine. When did you get it? Halal grass. When Lexia saw the grass taken out of the bag on Iris's waist, she shouted out. This was the herb that the Lexia had been looking for. Iris smiled somewhat triumphantly at Lexia's appearance. Fufu, unfortunately, I've already collected all that can be collected at this time of year. So you should just give up. Nunanu. Lexia looked at the halal grass in Iris's hand with bitterness, but couldn't complain anymore because she didn't want to lose her chance of getting taken to the Great Devil's Nest if she complained here. As expected, Iris smiled bitterly at the sight of Lexia and told Usagi. So, let's go to Yuuya's house right away. Is that okay? Usagi. Sigh. Whatever happens later, I'm not going to help you. While saying this, Usagi also seemed to be concerned about Yuuya, and together with Iris and the others, he headed to Yuuya's house. At the same time, a huge spaceship was drifting through space. The ship was shaped like a dragon and flew through space without any trouble. This spaceship was the mothership of the Dragonia aliens who attacked Merle. Inside the spaceship, one of the Dragonia aliens furrowed his brow. It's time for the scheduled contact. Why is there still no contact? The other Dragonias stiffened at his grumpy look. He wore luxurious clothes that were different from those of the other Dragonias and sat cross-legged like a king. He was Draco III, the ruler of the Dragonias. Draco III didn't try to hide his displeasure and asked again. I'm asking. Why isn't there any regular contact? However, no one could answer Draco III's words. The only people gathered here were the commanders who were leading the troops, the warriors who represented the Dragonias. Originally, the Dragonias were a race that boasted powerful bodies and outstanding technology, and they were among the most powerful in the universe. They are terrified of the only one from their kind, Draco 3. In this universe, the slightest delay in communication can lead to death. I have always told them to be on guard. But what is this mess? Answer me. At that moment, tremendous pressure assaulted the Dragonias who were present. The invisible pressure was so heavy that it seemed as if gravity had been applied, and everyone knelt down, unable to remain standing. This delay in communication, you lead the platoon directly under the third core, right? Why don't you answer me? Draco 3 turned his gaze to one of the kneeling Dragonias. The Dragonia he saw hung his head and struggled to speak. With all due respect, my lord. We are not entirely sure about this situation. You don't have any idea? The pressure increased. While feeling as if he was about to be crushed, Drade, the captain of the Third Corps, desperately continued. Why, yes. We were also suspicious when there was no communication during the regular communication time, and we tried to contact them by various means. But it's not that they don't respond to communications, it's that we can't connect with them. We assumed and verified various things, including time differences over long distances. But how? Draco 3 leaned back in his chair and lessened the pressure he was exerting on the Dragonias. The sudden release of pressure caused the Dragonias to catch their breath as they tried their best to hide it from Draco 3. So you're saying that our Dragonia soldiers have been killed? Why, yes. Fumu. So I ask you, where were those soldiers headed? That's a remote planet called Earth in the 983rd universe. Earth? I've never heard of it. What brings them there? Apparently, they're on their way there because they've received an electromagnetic signal that appears to be the blueprint for a weapon developed by the Amel aliens. What? Draco 3 raised his eyebrows at Drade's words. A destruction weapon of those damned Amel aliens. I see. So? I assume they were able to retrieve it. No. I haven't been able to get in touch with them since. What did you say? Draco 3's face twisted in displeasure once again. The Dragonias stiffened, wondering if they were going to be subjected to intense pressure again, but Draco 3 only snorted unhappily. On such a remote planet, there is an entity that can compete with us. I'm only talking about a possibility. There is no one better than us, the soldiers of Dragonia. The possibility should not be dismissed so easily, you see? If we are to remain the strongest, we must not overlook even the slightest possibility. Be on your guard. Why, yes. I'll keep that in mind. Then I command you. Go to that planet and look for any trace of the missing soldiers. Ha! Draco 3 nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at Drade, who was bowing deeply and accepting his orders. Oh, yes. If the planet can be used in any way, you may conquer that Earth. In that case, it would be troublesome to take the time to rebuild it. Do not destroy too much of the planet with your attacks. Understood, sir. Drade immediately withdrew and left, calling his men to follow him. Commander. Everything's ready. I see. We'll leave immediately. The king has given us permission. This is the first invasion in a long time. It makes my arms quiver. While Drade trembled in front of Draco 3, he was still one of the most powerful men in the universe, and he smiled ferociously. His subordinates smiled as well, captivated by it. In a place unknown to Yuuya and the others, a new existence began to move. Chapter 3, Uma's Wish. Part 1. Wake up. Yuuya, are you okay? Yuti? Woof. Bui? P. When I woke up, Yuti was looking directly into my face. Knight and the others are also near her. Was I asleep? I tried to get up, but my body was too weak. Then Uma-san, who was sleeping near me as well as Knight and the others, opened one of his eyes. Don't push yourself too hard. Your life force consumed by the Holy King's authority has returned to normal, but your physical strength is still exhausted. You can rest for a while. Uma-san? Holy King's authority. Just as I was about to say something, I remembered what was going on. Oh, yeah, the house. Is? I looked around, but it was the same old house. Filled with memories of my grandfather, my precious home. Huh? If I recall, the ceiling of the house was. Due to the fierce battle between Merl-san and the Dragonia aliens, the ceiling of this house was supposed to have been blown out or suffered some other disastrous incident, but there is no sign of that. If it's about the house, don't worry. I had the little girl there fix it. Little girl? I asked back, and Uma-san gestured to a certain spot with his face. There, in the corner of the room, was Merl-san sitting on her knees in Caesar. Me Merl-san. I'm terribly sorry. She slowly placed her hands on the floor and bowed her head deeply. It was a form of apology known as dojiza. A dojiza? Merl-san. When I panicked at her sudden dojiza, Merl-san continued in that position. In my haste to achieve my goal, I damaged something important to you. I apologize for that. As an apology, I've used my nanomachine to restore it perfectly. Nanomachine? I was just amazed by Merl-san's words. Can nanomachine does such things too? Speaking of which, where are those people? They've retreated. So you can rest assured, said Uma-san.
I see.
But Merl-san, please raise your head. As long as you restore it to its original state, I don't really mind about it anymore. Thank you very much. After my words, Merl-san finally raised her head. Waking up like this is not good for my heart. Rather than that, I didn't know there was a concept of dojiza in space as well. I breathed a sigh of relief when Merl-san raised her head, but then I remembered that I hadn't told her my name yet. Yes, I haven't told you my name yet, have I? My name is Yuuya Tenjou. This is my family: Knight, Akatsuki, Seal, Uma-san, and Yuti. Woof. Fugo. P. Humph. ? Greeting. The four of them, Knight, Akatsuki, Seal, and Uma-san, seemed to understand what Merl-san and I were talking about, but Yuti couldn't understand what Merl-san was saying. When I pointed out to her, she seemed to sense from the atmosphere that she was being introduced to Merl-san and bowed her head. Merl-san bowed like usual to Yuti and me, but for some reason, when she saw Knight and the others, she cowered. I wondered if something had happened. I was a little concerned about her reaction, but I decided to tell her about the blueprint, which was Merl-san's original purpose. Then, the blueprint, isn't it? There's no problem in giving it to you, and I'll have it ready right away. I appreciate it, but I can't return to Amel even after receiving the blueprint. I froze at her unexpected words. My spaceship was destroyed in an attack by the Dragonia aliens. The exterior and other parts of the ship can be repaired with the nanomachine that I have, but when the engine was destroyed, all of the fuel energy that was in the ship flowed out and disappeared. So, there was no way for me to bring back the blueprint right now.
I see.
Have you contacted your friends? When I asked that, Merl-san shook her head feebly. I overused this device in the battle just now. It would be no problem to manipulate the information on this one planet, but I have lost the ability to communicate across spaces. Manipulating the information of this single planet is no problem. Space technology is terrific, isn't it? So, what are you going to do then? I've been trying to find out if there is any energy on this planet that can be used as a power source, so-called magic power. This planet is a rare planet in the universe where magic power does not exist, and I am in serious trouble. Magic? If you have magic, can you go home? Then. I have a lot of magic power, thanks to my leveling up in the other world and the magic circuits I inherited from Sage-san. It's not enough to just have magic power as energy. I need a device to store the magic power. However, no material on this planet can hold magic power. It seems that it is not going to be that easy. Nevertheless, it would be a problem for Merl-san if she couldn't do anything about it. When we were both pondering, Uma-san, who had been sleeping indifferently, opened his mouth while yawning. Phew. What are you worried about? A. If there isn't one on Earth, why don't you go to that world to get it? R. That world? Merle-san doesn't seem to understand what Uma-san is talking about. It's true that if there is no such thing in this world, it can be found in the other world. Come to think of it, the magic stone seems to be a mass of magic power. Once that was decided, the sooner, the better, so I guided Merle-san to the warehouse where the door to the other world was located. As we approached the warehouse, Merle-san was staring at the device attached to her arm while breaking out in a cold sweat. What's this force field? No matter how I feel it, the amount of power that one individual can release, or even one planet, exceeds the amount of power that can be released by one universe. Even if you say so. But I also have Merle-san's blueprint here. What kind of place would you place it in? I don't know if this room is that dangerous. The only thing I'm aware of is that it's a place with a certain atmosphere. But it seems that I'm the only one who feels that way, and even Uma-san nodded in agreement with her. Your behavior in front of a place where so much power is swirling about is beyond dull, Yuuya. Is that so? But everything in this place was collected by my grandpa, and I didn't feel anything about it. Because I'm sure my grandfather had never been to another world, and unlike me, he was probably a normal person. But since we were at the warehouse, I gave Merle-san the cubic object she was looking for. This is probably the blueprint that Merle-san was talking about, right? It really was stored in such a ridiculous place. In addition, the signal was so complicated that it was impossible to identify the detailed location. If it was placed in such an overwhelming force field, our equipment would be blurred. But that blueprint can destroy a planet, right? How can a mere house have more power than that? If we convert the force swirling around this room into energy, it could easily wipe out tens of thousands of universes. No way. I instantly became afraid of this room. How could this room be so dangerous? No, this is absurd. I've never had any problems before, so it must be Merle-san's imagination. That must be it. No, that's what I've decided. Yes, this conversation is over. To distract myself, I walked deeper into the warehouse and arrived in front of the door. This is the door that leads to the other world. The material and source of power are both unknown. It's not even dark matter. I can't believe something this incomprehensible exists. She said a lot that I couldn't understand, but from my perspective, Merle-san's device is also incomprehensible enough, so I guess we're even. As soon as I opened the door and moved to the other world, Merle-san's eyes widened even more. Space. No, the movement between worlds. What's more, what's this abundance of magic power? I think this world probably has what you're looking for, Merle-san. Yes, that's right. If the environment is such that I can feel the magic power so strongly, the possibility is high enough. Do you have any idea what it might be? Let's see. I think that the magic stones that you get when you defeat the monsters in this world are really a mass of magic power. What do you think? As I said this, I took out one of the magic stones from my item box. I've forgotten what kind of monster I got it from, but since it's an S-class magic stone, there's a chance that this one might even be enough. I didn't know what to do with the magic stones until now, so I've been using the door function to exchange them for cash, but lately I've been saving some of them. After receiving the magic stone from me, Merle-san began to operate the terminal and look into something. Indeed, this material seems to contain magic power, but it's not enough to be used as fuel. That's not enough? It's not enough at all. From what you've told me, this is something you can get from a single life form, right? There's no way a mere life form can carry enough energy to travel through space. That is also true. When I thought about it again, that might be true. I'm not sure. However, there's nothing that can contain more magic power than an S-class magic stone. I've heard of SS, SSS, X, and L-class monsters from Master Usagi before, but I've never fought one. For me now, I think I might be able to defeat an SS class or so, but Avis has wiped out the depths of the Great Devil's Nest, so I don't even know if there are any such monsters. Speaking of which, Master Usagi said that evil is the L class, and Avis is the ultimate perfection of that evil. So I wonder what class he will be? Just when I thought I had found a solution, another problem arose. However, Uma-san, who presented the idea of going to this world, did not seem particularly bothered by it. What, Yuuya's magic stone is not enough? If that's the case, you'll have to go get that thing. That thing? I tilted my head, not knowing what the heck Uma-san was talking about, but Yuti, an original inhabitant of this world, didn't seem to know either and tilted her head as well. Question. Yuuya's magic stone, the high purity one. If it's more than that, it would be SS class or something. Do you know where they live? I know. Well, we won't be targeting SS class or X class monsters this time. If it's still not enough, it would be too much trouble. But if it's something I know, I can certainly get it. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, but it's just right. For Yuuya's training. I have a bad feeling about the word training that came out of Uma-san's mouth. It's strange. After we've defeated the ultimate enemy of this world, the evil Avis, I still have to train. But it seems that I did not mishear it, and Uma-san grinned. I don't normally have anything to tell you, but it's for the sake of my master. I'll be glad to teach you something special. However, even so, it's important to remember that no one was able to go back and forth between that place except for the sage, and most importantly, no one had the ability to reach there. Well, I'm sure Yuuya will be fine. Do you have any proof of that? Where's that place that only someone of Sage-san's level can go? Probably, the atmosphere of that place alone is more dangerous than Avis. Are you sure it's safe? I don't want to go anywhere too dangerous. How? Is that okay? If you don't go there, that little girl will never be able to return to her home planet, you know? Ugh. When I looked at Merle-san, she was looking at me with a somewhat anxious look. I was very reluctant to do anything dangerous, but when I thought about Merle-san, I couldn't say so, and all I could do was open my eyes wide. Part 2. Believing in Uma-san's words about an energy source he knew if that could run Merle-san's spaceship, I wanted to go there right away, but I couldn't right now. Tomorrow was the first day of school since the summer vacation. While the summer vacation itself would continue for a little while longer, there was homework to be submitted on this day, so there was no way I could miss it. Fortunately, I had finished my homework early so that I could hang out with Kaori and the others at the beach, so I didn't have to worry about that. It feels like it's been a while since I've seen everyone. Before the summer vacation, we used to see each other every day, but with the summer vacation, that stopped, and I felt a little sad. So when the school day was over, I asked Uma-san to take me to the place where the energy source was located. To my surprise, Uma-san made a bargain here. I can tell you about it, but if that's all there is to it, there's no benefit for me. So, therefore, if you want the energy source for that little girl, you'll have to do me a favor. A favor? What exactly is it? As I involuntarily tensed up at the mention of a favor from Uma-san, the Genesis dragon, Uma-san's eyes snapped open, and he said, "Take me out of the house on Earth." Eh? At Uma-san's unexpected words, not only I froze, but Yuti and the others as well. Without paying any attention to our situation, Uma-san began to complain like a child. Because it's not fair. Knight, Akatsuki, Seal, and Yuti. Besides, I'm sure that little girl there can enjoy the Earth too. And yet, I'm the only one who is staying at home. It's not fair, not fair. Not fair, you say. Woof. Fugo. P. Confused. The dignity of the Genesis dragon is ruined. As Yuti said, Uma-san was like a spoiled brat right now, no matter how I looked at him. Knight and the others were also confused and dismayed by Uma-san's behavior. Then Uma-san noticed our gaze and gave us a look of disapproval. What is it? You guys. Do you have a problem with that? I can never walk around outside of Earth's house as you do, can I? That's. While you are enjoying yourselves on Earth, I am spending my days in this house just sleeping. This is no different from my old life. That's a problem for me too. If possible, I would like Uma-san to take a look around the Earth, but no matter how I look at him, Uma-san's appearance is that of a dragon. Even if you put it that way, Uma-san is a kind of creature that doesn't exist on Earth, so your appearance is just appearance. What's wrong with that?
I mean, your wings?
If he didn't have wings, wouldn't he be more like a monitor lizard? No, huh? I don't know. There's no one around me who has a monitor lizard, so I don't know. I've been thinking about this for a while, and then I suddenly realized something. Right. The main reason why Uma-san can't go out of the house is that he looks like a dragon because of his wings. Humph. I'm a Genesis dragon. It is natural for me to look like a dragon, isn't it? But if you can hide those wings, maybe we can fake it? Why are you becoming less and less confident? No, it's okay to come up with an idea, but I don't know if it's a good idea at all. Please wait for a moment. Then, I'll prepare something for you. After telling Uma-san, I rushed out to buy something. My destination was the pet store where I had purchased Knight's collar before. 30 minutes later.
I have bought it.
How? I didn't know that there were things on Earth that could disguise my appearance. Why, yes. Here it is. I held out the item I had bought to Uma-san. What's this? It's clothes. What? It's pet clothes. Yes. What I gave Uma-san was a small piece of clothing meant for a pet dog or cat. This way, Uma-san's wings could be hidden by the clothes. No, there might be a great deal of discomfort in his back area, but there's nothing more I can do about it. In order to at least minimize the discomfort, I chose the thick hoodie-type clothing. However, Uma-san started to shiver in front of the clothes I offered him. Don't be silly. Why do I have to wear something like this? And it's for pets. But I can't think of any other way to disguise Uma-san's appearance. Uma-san wants to look around by yourself, don't you? You've probably figured it out, of course. Or at least, if you just want to take a look at the outside scenery, you can use the cloak of disguise that I gave to Akatsuki, or maybe I can put you in a bag or something and carry you around while you stay quiet. That's not enough to enjoy as much as I want. Yes, there were many ways to hide his appearance. However, Uma-san did not want to do that. He wanted to take a walk and enjoy the Earth normally. He might have wanted to go out for a bite to eat, but if he were to hide away, he wouldn't be able to eat what we bought immediately. Uma-san was troubled by my words, but he growled in front of the pet clothes before him. But there's no way I'm going to wear this no matter what. Is that so? What I bought was a pet hoodie. It was pink and had a cute heart symbol on the back. It's not something that would look good on me, no matter how you look at it. I don't think so. But, look, since we have it here, why don't you try it on? What? No, I don't want to wear something so cute. But you won't be able to go out without it, you know? No, a different color or pattern would be fine. Well, you should try putting it on first. Hey, stop it. Whoa. I held the struggling Uma-san in my arms and dressed him in the clothes I had bought. Then. It's a humiliation. For me, the Genesis dragon, to be dressed like this. Uma-san was now dressed in a pink hoodie. The size seemed to be just right, but the wings on the back were still pushing against the costume and looked a bit uncomfortable, but it was acceptable. You don't have to be so gloomy about it. It looks good on you, you know. Right, everyone? As for me, I'm delighted with the new cute side of Uma-san, so I asked everyone that. Woof. Boo booey. Fugo. Pie. P. Silent. I'll refrain from mentioning anything about it. Huh? Knight and Yuti looked somewhat bewildered while Akatsuki was laughing, and Seal's eyes were shining as if to say, Uma-san, that's great. I thought it looked good on him. I guess I don't have any sense of style. Well, that's okay. The purpose is to take a walk around the earth. Clothes are just a trivial matter. I feel like I'm being swayed, but so be it. Sigh. I never thought I would end up wearing something like this. I'm not sure if I should be impressed with Yuuya for doing this to me without fear. Uma-san let out a sigh and then continued as if he had regained his composure. Well, okay. I can go out in this outfit, right? That's right. Well, there are a few other things you should be aware of, such as talking outside, using magic, rampaging, flying, etc. But as for the most important issue, I think your appearance is fine. Humph. If you say this is not good enough, I will not guide you to the place where the energy source I know is. That would be a problem. Currently, Uma-san was the only one who knew where an energy source for Merle-san's spaceship might be located. It would be difficult for me and Yuti to find it in the other world by ourselves. Then, Merle-san, who had been quietly watching our exchange, raised her hand. I know I shouldn't be using it too much, but since Uma-san is guiding us to the location where the energy source is, if your identity is discovered on Earth, I can use my terminal to erase all records of you from Earth. The more I hear about it, the more amazing it sounds. Merle-san's own existence, including everyone's memories and electronic records, were erased just by operating the terminal on her arm. But if Merle-san is willing to go that far, then we can go out with Uma-san more safely. Oh, that's great. Then let's go immediately. But we can't go right now, you know. Tomorrow is the first day of school, so I have to prepare for it. Besides, Uma-san would like to go out in the morning, wouldn't he? That's also true. I've decided to go out with Uma-san, but first I have to prepare dinner. Then Uma-san wanted to eat curry, so I decided to go shopping for the ingredients. At this time, Merle-san expressed interest about Earth, so she decided to take a walk around outside before Uma-san. Well, Uma-san complained at the time, but it was indeed difficult to take Uma-san with us to the supermarket, so I asked him to stay at home once more. Hey, look. What is it? What is it? What happened? What is it? When I thought about it, I realized that Merle-san was dressed in a way that didn't look like an earthling, and her hair was all shiny. Especially now that it was nighttime, the shine of her hair stood out even more, drawing the gaze of many people on the street. I wonder if it's a good thing that I brought her along? She definitely stood out, and her clothes look like full-body tights, so I think it's pretty dangerous. However, Merle-san herself didn't seem to be particularly concerned about the stares from the people around her and was totally unaffected. Are you okay? You're standing out. I wonder what makes me stand out. I mean, the way your hair is shining. It's a very common phenomenon on the planet Amel. You're right, Earthlings don't glow. Why is that? Why, you say? I never thought I'd be asked that. Why aren't we glowing? Since the question was asked so seriously, I couldn't help but think seriously, but I couldn't come up with an answer. Space is amazing. As we went towards the supermarket, attracting the attention of the people around us, I was suddenly approached by a voice. Oh my! Yuuya-san? Kaori. And then I met Kaori, who was probably on her way back from shopping. But unlike before, Kaori was surrounded by a group of women who had some kind of mysterious presence. Who are these people around you? Oh. These are the guards that my father prepared for me. Guards? Is there something that happened? When I asked her that, Kaori looked gloomy for a moment and then immediately smiled vaguely. No, not particularly. But my father has been experiencing some disturbances lately, so he assigned them as my guards.
I see.
If you ask me, the Earth has also been dangerous. Recently? Well, because of me, aliens have been visiting the Earth, so it was indeed a mess. I'm really sorry for everyone on Earth. Besides, for rich people like Kaori, there might be dangers lurking in their daily lives that I didn't understand. There would be threats, kidnappings, ransom demands, and so on. That's just to be expected. This is not a drama, though. The strength of a person cannot be known without using my identification skill, but the women who were assigned as Kaori's bodyguards seem to have a strong presence. Then Kaori approached me a little confusedly. Then, who's that woman? This is Merle-san. Merle. She's not from this world, is she? Is she from the other world? Kaori sensed something and asked me that in a low voice, but I answered with a wry smile. She's neither from Earth nor from the other world, she's an alien. Eh? Kaori rolled her eyes and stared at Merle-san as if she hadn't expected that answer. She's indeed dressed in a somewhat sci-fi design. But, is she really an alien? Yeah. To be honest, I don't really believe it yet either. But apparently, she is. Kaori was taken aback by my explanation. Then, Merle-san, who had been looking around while I was talking to Kaori, tilted her head and spoke to me. Why don't you finish your shopping early? I think your family is waiting for you. That's right, see you later, Kaori. Why yes. After saying goodbye to Kaori, I hurriedly headed to the supermarket. Yuuya-san, your circle of acquaintances has expanded to the universe. Kaori, who was watching us from behind, muttered a few words, but they did not reach my ears. Oju-sama. I think it's time for you to go back. There's also the matter of the threatening letter. Yes, that's right. Now that I've done my business, let's go home. Sigh. I hope Kasumi is okay too. Tea this is. So delicious. Tea that's good to hear. Comprehension. Even if I don't understand a word of what you just said, I understand. Yuuya's cooking is delicious. Good grief. The food in this world is really exciting. Refill, please. Yes. As I prepared a refill of curry for Uma-san, I reflected on today's events. The day after tomorrow is the day I'm going to go to the other world, so the question came up as to what to do with Merle-san from today. Originally, she could have stayed in the spaceship she came in, but the Dragonia's attack had disabled the engines, so she had to stay in my house until she returned to her planet. Fortunately, my house was big enough for me alone, and I have plenty of room, so it's not a problem. I wondered if there were any differences between Merle-san and the people of Earth in terms of eating and sleeping, but it seemed that she could eat the same meals as everyone else and had the habit of sleeping on a futon. Well, it seemed that the futons were not the same as the beds and mattresses that she was used to, but with the drop item, the Paradise Futon, anyone can get a great night's sleep, so there's no problem. So with that being said, they were still eating the curry I made for them, and Merle-san was bringing the curry to her mouth with a twinkle in her eyes. I've never eaten anything as delicious as this before. Earth. Maybe a remote planet, but it's really a wonderful place. Ha ha. What kind of food do you usually eat, Merle-san? Me? That's right. Well, if I were to compare it to what we eat on our planet, I'd say it's more like a block of nutritional food or supplement. Is that really what you're eating? Yes. Despite the taste, they provide all the necessary nutrients and calories. What a disappointment, I was kind of interested in space cuisine. However, as I could somehow imagine from the tight-fitting tights like the ones worn by Merle-san and the Dragonia aliens, the more science and technology advances, the more everything would change into a more efficient form. As a result, cooking became just a way to prepare nutrients. Let's see. There's still plenty of curry to go around, so don't be hesitant to eat it. Yes. Just like I thought when I met Uma-san, Japanese food companies are truly amazing. That's what I thought. Chapter 4, First Walk. Part 1. The next day. As I arrived at the Odysee Academy for the first day of school, everyone greeted me with the same cheerful attitude. As I took my seat after greeting everyone one by one, Ryo and Shingo-kun came over to me. Yuuya. Morning. Gee, good morning, Yuuya-kun. Oh, Ryo and Shingo-kun. Good morning, you two. Long time no see. Feels weird, but it's been a while since we hung out at the beach. Are you enjoying your summer vacation? Yeah. How are you two doing? I went to my grandmother's house and went to a relative's party, so I didn't get to hang out much. Well, I'm glad everyone is doing well. I've been playing games with the members of the game club. Also, there were a lot of anime in the summer. I see, you're both having fun. In my case, I haven't even met my parents, let alone my relatives, so it's hard to say. I wonder what everyone is doing now. It must be tough, especially with Yota and Sora. As I was thinking about this while talking with Ryo and the others, Cade came in cheerfully. Good morning. Long time no see, everyone. How have you been? Good morning, Cade. A lot of things happened after we went to the beach, but I'm fine. Huh? I'm a little curious about the a lot of things part. Right? Yukine. Morning. Ah, Rin-chan. Yukine-chan. Then, Rin and Yukine gathered around my seat, and it became somewhat lively. I think it's very nice. I've never had the pleasure of talking to anyone at school like this before, but it's really fun to catch up on what's going on with everyone and have casual conversations like this. Just when I thought the battle against evil was over and I could spend my time in peace, I'm now caught up in a space quarrel. By the way, I've asked Mul-san to stay home today. I really don't want to let her out of my sight too much, but I guess it can't be helped. Now that I'm trying to bring something from the other world to use as fuel for the spaceship, there shouldn't be any problems in particular. Besides, there's Knight and the others. As I was thinking about this, Kaori appeared in our classroom. Ah, everyone. Kaori. Good morning. Yes, good morning. I met Yuuya-san by chance yesterday, but it's been a while since I've seen you all. After Kaori finished greeting everyone, she secretly asked me. By the way, the woman who was with Yuuya-san yesterday, is she still? Yes, Mul-san is still at my house. I think she'll be staying at my house until her spaceship is fixed. Well, I heard that Uma-san knows where to find something that could be used as fuel for the spaceship, so I think it won't be long. Is that so? Nothing has happened, has it? What is it? That thing that messed up my house? Or is it the alien attack itself? There are a lot of crazy things happening around my house at the moment. As I was pondering the meaning of Kaori's question, Cade noticed what we were doing. Hey, what are you two talking about? It seems like you're whispering to each other. Oya. Maybe you two are dating in secret? Really? Rin commented scandalously, and Cade, who took the words seriously, shouted in shock. That's not true. I've got an acquaintance staying at my house right now, and Kaori happened to meet this person yesterday, so we were just talking about it. That's right. Kaori also said that, and for some reason, Cade showed a deep sense of relief. I'm so glad. I was just. It's nothing. Ha. She seemed a bit distracted, but if Cade says so, it's probably best not to ask any more questions. In contrast to Cade, Rin showed a deliberate look of disappointment. What? It's boring. Even if you say it's boring. But, who's this person that's staying at your house? As Yukine blurted out, Cade took up the conversation again. That's right. The person who's staying at the moment, could it be a woman? That's. How should I say this? Ah. Yuuya? You can't fake that already, can you? No way.
I think I can cover it up.
Ryo and Shingo-kun have a bitter smile on their faces. But I didn't realize that they knew before I tried to fool them. Well, she's temporarily at my house now, the same way that Yuti is at my house. Oh. You mean that new transfer student everyone's talking about? It's amazing, isn't it? She was popular in the middle school on her first day, and now she's popular in the high school as well. What happened to Yuti? Yuuya-kun, who lives with her, doesn't even know about it. Well, there is a certain air of unworldliness about Yuti, and her physical abilities, as a disciple of the Bow Saint, are excellent in many ways. These days, Kaori has taught her the common sense of our world, so she no longer acts in an outrageous manner, but even so, the natural parts she shows at a moment's notice makes people feel more comfortable with her. In any case, I'm glad that everyone seemed to have accepted her. Once the conversation went off topic, I quickly asked everyone about it. Well, you said earlier that you were meeting with your relatives, but did anyone else visit you or go out with you? Kaori then answered my question with a happy expression on her face. Oh, my little sister is coming home tomorrow. Your little sister? Kaori, you have a younger sister. Not only me but also everyone else seemed to have never heard of it and were surprised by Kaori's words. Yes. My little sister has been following my mother overseas for work, and she's currently attending a school overseas. Your mother also works abroad, huh? The more I hear about it, the more it sounds like an amazing family. It's really amazing. When Cade and the others sincerely muttered this, Kaori hurriedly continued. No. My father and mother are indeed remarkable, but I'm not even close. My sister is also working hard overseas, and as an older sister, I can't afford to lose. I think it's already amazing that she can think like that, but I guess that's Kaori's strength. When family members are accomplished, it's natural to think that you're great too. I think it's hard to think of yourself as separate from your family. It's something I'd like to learn from. Kaori had been cheerfully talking about welcoming her sister back, but her expression suddenly became cloudy. What's wrong? No, it's just that. I'm really happy that my little sister is coming home, but recently my father has been receiving a lot of threatening letters. Threatening letters? We were all surprised at the unexpected contents. Aren't threatening letters too disturbing? Yes. It demanded money. If my father didn't pay it, his daughter's life would be in danger. Is that all right? It's okay because nothing has happened yet, but because of that, we've been increasing the number of guards lately. Oh, I see. No wonder there were so many people guarding Kaori yesterday. Fortunately, I've given Kaori a crisis ring, which may be difficult to use at school, but if she wears it regularly, she'll be able to transfer to my house in an instant if something goes wrong. In the meantime, she should be careful while she's at school. So, to be safe, I don't really want my little sister to come home. But since we can't see each other very often, and since she's more feisty than me, she doesn't want to lose to the threats. She's a pretty amazing sister. She didn't want to be defeated by the letters. Kaori also has a strong character, but she has never felt particularly strong-willed, which is strange. In terms of personality, is Kaori like Tsukasa-san? They both seem to be calm and composed. When my sister is coming back, my father has prepared proper guards at the airport, so as long as nothing happens to her before she arrives at the airport, I think she will be fine. Kaori looked somewhat uneasy, but she seemed to be really looking forward to seeing her sister and seemed happy. I hope everything is fine. While everyone was giving each other updates, the time for homeroom was approaching, so they went back to their respective classrooms and seats to prepare for their assignments. Part 2. Yuuya. What are you doing? Let's go quickly. Please wait a minute. The day after the school day. As promised, I was to go outside the Earth House with Uma-san in the morning. Since Uma-san was finally able to go out, I suggested that we all go out together, including Knight and the others, but they decided to stay at home this time so that Uma-san could enjoy the earth to his heart's content. It seems that Yuti had made a promise to her friend on the school day, and she was going to spend the day with her friend. It's just as I thought yesterday. I'm glad to see that she's making friends. However, Merle-san wanted to observe the earth again, so the three of us, Uma-san, Merle-san, and I, decided to go out this time. If the people find out about Uma-san's identity, Merle-san would erase their memories and information, so it was very reassuring to have her around. I hurriedly held back Uma-san, who was about to run outside immediately, and warned him once again. Uma-san, you can't talk when we are outside. I know. I will just need to do this anyway. Eh? Uma-san suddenly turned his gaze to Merle-san and me and closed his mouth. But it's okay to talk like this, right? Whoa. Is this a form of telepathy? What a surprise! Uma-san's voice resonated directly into my mind. Uma-san's face was full of pride as he looked at us who were surprised. Fufun. This way, I could talk without using my mouth, you know? That's right. By the way, can we also talk to each other through the mind? Yes. This time, I cast a spell on Yuuya and the little girl, so it will not be a problem for us to communicate in our minds while we are outside. But, unlike me, if you spend your time in silence, people will look at you strangely, won't they? That's true too. If we just have conversations in our minds, from the other people's perspective, we're just walking in silence. Regardless of whether to talk to Uma-san or even Merle-san, it will look strange to the people around us if we don't talk to them either. For now, I'll only talk to Uma-san when I have to, and I'll try to keep the conversation in through telepathy. Well, whatever. The problem is solved now, right? Come on, let's go. Oh, Uma-san. As soon as we leave the house, I suddenly notice that the people around are looking at Merle-san again. Well, that's obvious. For all intents and purposes, she's wearing an advanced outfit that's far from modern fashion. Merle-san. I was wondering about this yesterday. Is it possible to change that outfit? Why is that? This equipment is some of the most advanced available in the universe. No, I mean, on Earth, you'd look very conspicuous in that outfit. Fumu. From my viewpoint, the Earthling's appearance is much more primitive and outdated. What the hell? From the space perspective, we're outdated. I don't know what fashion is in space. Well, I guess that's fine. Now, I would like to collect a little data on the clothing around here. When Merle-san touched the terminal on her arm several times, there was a light electronic sound, and then suddenly, Merle-san's clothes began to glow. Wait. Merle-san. Don't worry. I will instantly delete the memories of anyone who witnesses this scene. Scary. As expected, space technology is scary. I'm afraid of memory manipulation and all that. There are no side effects to this, right? I'm getting really scared. As I was terrified by the alien technology, the glow of Merle-san's clothes eventually subsided, and she changed into clothes that looked like something a normal woman would wear. I guess it's like this. I've gathered information from the Earth's network, so I don't think it's strange looking. Why, yes. I don't think you'll have any problem looking like that. I didn't know space technology could do that. It's not a problem. This terminal collects information, and the nanomachines will automatically change my clothes to match the information.
I see.
By the way, have you already erased the memories of the person who was watching you transform? Yes. As a reminder, Amel's memory manipulation technology is very advanced, so manipulating memories and information will not have any negative effects on anything.
I see.
Thank goodness. I was wondering what I'd do if she said this had any side effects. What can I say? Merle-san and her people's technology seems to have already stepped into the realm of the gods, and in fact, almost anything that happens in the world could be solved with their technology. However, if Merle-san and her people continue to wage war with the planet Dragonia, it will be terrible if the Earth gets involved in this. Regardless of that, Merle-san is now dressed in a way that would be appropriate for walking around the Earth. But her hair still emits phosphorescence, so I can't say that she has completely blended in with the people of Earth. Hey, what are you doing? Let's get moving. As we were talking about Merle-san's clothes, the impatient Uma-san urged us to hurry. We followed him as he started running. Oh. Uma-san's eyes lit up at the unfamiliar surroundings. This is the world where Yuuya lives, huh? The architecture and clothing are different from that world. Well, yes. Especially since Japan is prone to earthquakes, many of the buildings are designed to be resistant to earthquakes. Earthquake? Does it not exist in the other world? It's like the ground shaking. Of course, the ground shakes when I walk on it. No, it's not like that. It's because the plates are overlapping deep underground, and the impact of them shifting causes the ground to shake. It's a kind of disaster. Oh, so there are natural disasters like that. It seems that there are no earthquakes in the other world, and Uma-san had never heard of it. It was the same for Merle-san, who was listening to the conversation with great interest. I see. Is it a disaster unique to this planet? Why, yeah, is that what it is? Well, I don't know about other planets, so I can't say for sure. Right. On our planet, there is a disaster called a star storm that occurs periodically. Star storms? Yes. I think it's the same as a tornado on Earth, but it's a disaster where asteroids drifting in space pass by in a spiral, spinning at high speed. Scary. I think I'm going to be minced just by touching it. Are you okay with that? The scale of disasters in space is also very different. Of course, earthquakes are also terrifying, but... As we proceeded with this conversation, Uma-san reacted to a car running on the road. Yuuya, what the hell is that? I can't feel any magic in that thing. It's a car, you know. It's not powered by magic, it's powered by a fuel called gasoline. How can it be powered by anything other than magic? Well, it's a rather primitive energy source, isn't it? Nowadays, the mainstream is using starlight as energy or even magic power. By the way, Merle-san's spaceship doesn't work with that starlight? Yes, unfortunately. I don't have the parts on hand. Apparently, that's not going to work. While I was talking with Merle-san and admiring the alien technology, I suddenly realized something and asked Uma-san in my mind. Speaking of which, Uma-san, aren't you interested in Merle-san's planet and the spaceship? Yes, Merle-san's planet is definitely more civilized than Earth's, and I think it would be much more fun than seeing Earth's civilization. Then Uma-san snorted. Humph. I'd be lying if I said it didn't bother me, but... it's boring. Be boring? The little girl's planet has advanced to a level of civilization that I find hard to imagine. The technology on her planet is close to the realm of the gods. Right. I believe that most things can be done. With our technology, we could extend the lifespan of the people of Earth by 1,000 years, and there is no such thing as death by disease on our planet. 1,000 years, you say? And there is no such thing as death by disease? The space is amazing. There's nothing interesting about it anymore. In comparison, this Earth where Yuuya lives is a civilization that my imagination can barely catch up with, and every single thing about it is very interesting. Though, that's how it is. I don't know about it, but I guess a TV that can project images at a distance is just within the range of Uma-san's imagination. It's a difficult thing to figure out. From my perspective, all the things on Earth are natural and convenient, but from Merle-san's perspective, they must all be inefficient and inconvenient. Yet, from Merle-san's perspective, these inconveniences may be exquisitely interesting. It's a realm I don't understand anymore. So with that in mind, Uma-san and Merle-san continued to walk happily, reacting to everything they saw, but Uma-san's figure seemed to stand out, and people on the street looked at him with wide eyes. Whoa. What's that? That pet. Wah. Eh? That's the guy who appeared in the magazine, isn't it? Eh? Yeah. What's that animal? I don't know. It's like a monitor lizard, maybe? I see. A monitor lizard, huh? I didn't know there were dragon-like reptiles like that. I mean, taking a walk with a lizard like that is rare. Well, a lizard that size probably needs to be taken for a walk. They looked at him curiously, but fortunately, they didn't seem to be disgusted by him, which was a relief. Some people were not fond of reptiles. Well, I don't know if the Genesis dragon can be classified as a reptile though. As I was about to reassure myself, one of the people looking at me suddenly opened his mouth in displeasure. Don't bring your pets into the city. You're disturbing me. Ah? At that moment, Uma-san's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he tried to put tremendous pressure on the person who had just muttered those words. I was so panicked that I immediately stopped him in my mind. Stop, Uma-san, stop. You're supposed to be a lizard right now. And yet, if you go out of control here, you'll ruin everything. But, Yuuya. That human said I was disturbing. I understand how you feel, but you have to be patient here. I'm annoyed, but I'll leave it at that just this once. After one last glare, Uma-san turned his head away. Then, it seems that my restraint was just a little too late, and the man who made the remark earlier walked away quickly with a pale face. I'm really sorry. Ah. It's a lizard. Eh? As we continued our walk, we attracted the attention of the people around us. A group of children from the nursery school, who also seemed to be out on a walk, noticed Uma-san and raised their voices. The children approached Uma-san without fear. What is it? It's Lizard-san. Awesome. Cool. It's so big. The nursery school teacher bowed her head apologetically to the bewildered Uma-san, who was suddenly surrounded by children. I'm so sorry. The children are. No, it's okay. Hey, can I touch it? Me. I'll touch it too. Then the children shouted to touch Uma-san, and the teacher looked more and more troubled. I watched them and talked to Uma-san in my mind. Hey, Uma-san. The kids want to touch you, is that okay? What? Why should I allow that? But look at the kids, look at their eyes, they're so excited. Uck. As I said, the children were itching to touch Uma-san, and their eyes were shining as they stared at him. As expected, Uma-san couldn't bear the pure gaze of the children and nodded reluctantly. It can't be helped. However, you must cut it out in moderation. I still want to enjoy the earth. Thank you. I thanked Uma-san and told the nursery school teacher. It's okay to touch him. But please don't be too rough. I'm really sorry. Look, everyone. Let's take turns stroking it gently. Yes. The children responded cheerfully and took turns touching Uma-san's body. Whoa. So smooth? So cool. It looks like a dragon. It's so thick. Hey, that's enough, isn't it? Right? Well, just a little more. No, but. Hey, kid. Don't grip my tail so hard. Oh, don't touch my horn so carelessly. You'll hurt yourself. Hey, don't get carried away. The arrogant and self-righteous Uma-san faltered in front of the children. After children were satisfied with some touches, they smiled. Thank you, Pony-chan. Bye, Lizard-san. I'm really sorry. Thank you very much. No. I'm glad they enjoyed it too. After waving goodbye to the children and the nursery school teachers, who bowed repeatedly, Uma-san laid down on the spot, looking exhausted. Those children are fearless. I never thought they would be so unreserved with me. But weren't they cute? Well, I guess. Unlike those ugly people who have aged unnecessarily, children are pure and good. Well, there's a certain recklessness that comes with being a child. Wasted age is. Not that there aren't adults like that, but. A few moments later, Uma-san got up and began to walk again, regaining his composure. Now, we're still going. Follow me closely. Yes, yes. Merle-san and I followed Uma-san as he continued on his way. Part 3. Even after we parted ways with the children from the nursery school, we were often approached by people who wanted to know more about Uma-san. Some of them were knowledgeable about reptiles, and they would eagerly ask questions about Uma-san, who was obviously not a creature of the earth, but those people were having their memories of Uma-san erased by the terminal attached to Merle-san's arm. If left unchecked, it could lead to troublesome situations like, new species discovered. And I was grateful for that because it would have turned out to be troublesome. Space technology is really amazing. While all this was going on, we decided to take a break at a nearby cafe. Uma-san wanted a cake, so I bought one and placed it in front of him. There was a problem with showing Uma-san eating the cake, so I had him wear a cloak to hide himself. However, from the other people's perspective, it would look as if the cake on the ground was disappearing by itself. Of course, I made sure that the cake would not be visible to others. I don't understand why it has to be hidden from view. Delicious. It's really delicious. In terms of nutrition, it's inefficient, and eating too much of it may be harmful to your health, but in terms of taste, it's very good. I'm glad you like it. Uma-san continued to eat the cake, his mouth covered in cream. So, what do you want to do after this? The place is, well, I don't think you know anything about Earth, but do you want to go somewhere? Yeah. I would prefer to go to a place with a lot of people. A place with a lot of people? Yeah. I was surprised by Uma-san's unexpected request. I've always had the impression that he hated being in crowded places. Don't get me wrong. I don't like noisy places either. Then why? It's simple. I thought it would be fun to go to a place where many people from this world gather. I see. At the moment, I was taking a walk around my neighborhood, but as Uma-san said, if we went to a place with a lot of people, there would be a lot to do. I don't know what Uma-san is really interested in, but if he wants to go, I'll just go along with it. I understand. Then, let's go to a place with many people. If it were really the case, I might take him to an amusement park, a zoo, or an aquarium, but as expected, it's a bit far from my house, so I'll pass this time. Besides, even if we could get into the park, there is no guarantee that I could take Uma-san to all the attractions. So we resumed our walk, and as Uma-san requested, we came to a busy downtown area. Oh. What's with all the people here? Is there a festival going on? No, it's like this every day. Every day? Why? Why, you ask? Well, thinking purely about it, is it because there are various shopping facilities here? I've been thinking seriously about the reason why there are so many people in this place, and then Uma-san spoke into my mind again. Hey, Yuuya. What's that? Oh, that's a large screen. What interested Uma-san was the large TV set embedded in the wall of the building. It seemed to be broadcasting the news right now. Ho. This is the kind of thing that can be found on Earth. When the technology gets a little more advanced, it'll turn into a hologram. What's that? It's a technology that creates three-dimensional images instead of just projecting them on a screen like that. I still don't understand your technology. And don't interfere with my enjoyment of the show. I'm sorry. Merle-san averted her gaze awkwardly as Uma-san glared at her. From Merle-san's perspective, the scenery here is probably full of outdated things. As I was thinking about this, Uma suddenly asked me. By the way, Yuuya. What's a hijacking? I was startled by the sudden outrageous word, but Uma-san continued to stare at the large screen. What was that hijacking on the? Large screen? The only thing that's been shown there is something about a hijacking. Is that all they're going to show? No, not really like that, but. When I turned my attention to the large screen, the newscaster reported that one of the planes heading to Japan had been hijacked. Breaking news. Currently, a plane scheduled to arrive at 30 Airport has been hijacked. Hijacked? Seriously? Isn't that bad? I mean, is that really possible? As the people in the surrounding area looked up at the news on the large screen, I had a bad feeling about it. Then the newscaster confirmed my bad premonition. The hijackers are demanding a ransom from the Hojo family, one of the wealthiest families in Japan, for the people on board the plane. Exclamation mark. Hojo? Kaori's family. As I recall, she said her sister was supposed to be back today, but could it be? When I was stunned by the content of the news, Uma-san asked me again. What's going on? Yuuya. And what is hijacking anyway? There are airplanes that fly in the sky carrying people on this planet, and criminals hijack them. I see. In other words, the airplane has been hijacked and is in trouble right now. So why are you looking so pale? The plane that's being hijacked right now seems to have Kaori's family, who Uma-san has also met before, on it. I want to go help her somehow. But how should I do that? I've no way to fly in the sky. There's a chance that I could use magic, but even while I'm taking the time to do that. What are you thinking about? You should just go, but how do I get to the sky? Yuuya. Who do you think is in here? No way. As my eyes widened in surprise, Uma-san grinned at me. Well, let's enjoy the Earth's blue sky. Kasumi Hojo was glaring at one of the hijackers in front of her. Contrary to Kaori's neat and clean image, Kasumi's short haircut with outer split ends gave her a somewhat lively impression. In contrast, the hijackers all wore ski masks and were armed with guns. Do you know who I am? Yeah, of course I know who you are. You're the daughter of one of the world's wealthiest families, the Hojo family, which has branched out into various fields in Japan, including school management, right? And it's your father's fault for ignoring all the threatening letters we sent him. So, if we kidnap you, we can collect ransom money. It won't be that easy. Humph. What an impolite thing to say for a rich girl. This is just enough for people like you. Don't piss us off too much, okay? If you want to get home in one piece, that is, exclamation mark. With the gun pointed at her head, Kasumi wanted to cry out, but she held it back and stared at the hijacker in front of her. She lived abroad with her mother and only had the chance to see her father Tsukasa and her sister Kaori a few times a year when they were on vacation. Although Tsukasa had told her not to come back this time because of the threatening letters that had been sent to her house, she didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to see her older sister, so she boarded the plane to Japan. Of course, she had hired an escort to make sure everything was safe on the plane. However, the hijackers posed not only as passengers but also as a member of the crew, and they neutralized Kasumi's escorts one after another. Normally, Kasumi had a strong temperament like her mother, but now she was quiet. It was difficult for a junior high school student like Kasumi to remain strong in a situation where even the adults were afraid. The man holding the gun to her head snorted as Kasumi glared at the criminal with all her might. Ha! That was cute. At best, you can be a hostage for us to make money. Then another man asked a question. Hey, if we get the money, are we really going to give her back? I mean, she's so cute when you look at her face, what a waste, right? Exclamation mark. The man let out a sigh as Kasumi stiffened in the unpleasant gaze that was suddenly directed at her. Humph. I don't understand how you can lust after a kid like this. Well, I'm not saying I'm going to return her when we get the money. After getting what we want, you can do whatever you want with her. Hiya. I'm getting excited. Kasumi stiffened more and more against the man who was giving her the vilest gaze. As the hijackers continued their despicable assault, Kasumi closed her eyes and prayed for help to arrive. Father, Nei-chan, help me. It was then that Kasumi suddenly noticed the window behind her. If I could just jump out of this window. Even though she knew it was impossible, she couldn't help but think about it as she looked out the window. That's when it happened, eh? Outside the window, she saw two people, a young man and a woman, who were in parallel with the horizon. Wah. This is in the sky, right? Why are there people? What's really happening? Kasumi is confused. One of them, the young man, noticed Kasumi and waved his hand to her with a wry smile. Kasumi shook her head in panic as the young man waved his hand, catching her by surprise. What's going on? There was a very handsome man and a woman with strange hair outside the window, but is it my hallucination? As Kasumi continued to be confused on her own, the plane suddenly shook loudly. Kya. What? Hey, just fly this goddamn thing properly. The hijackers were also shouting at the sudden shaking when one of them came rushing from the cockpit. Listen. I don't know why, but the plane has landed. Huh? What do you mean it landed? We're in the sky. But it's true. I can't control the plane at all, and it won't move from the spot as if it had landed. The hijackers immediately rushed to the window to look out. Then, what the hell is this? Hey, what's this rugged land? Is it even a land? It's dark purple and doesn't look right to me. The commotion spread not only among the hijackers and Kasumi but also among the other passengers, leading to a huge commotion. TSK. Hey, you bastards. Just go and shut the passengers up. All right. The moment the hijackers tried to rush to the place where the other passengers were. Wah? One of the hijackers, who was supposed to be heading towards the passengers just now, was blown back in a big way. While everyone was confused by the incomprehensible situation, a man approached Kasumi. It was the guy from earlier. Yes. When Kasumi pointed at him, he smiled as if he was in trouble. Part 4. This was before I rushed into the plane. We moved from the downtown area to a nearby park. With a mischievous smile on his face, Uma-san proposed a ridiculous idea. He would return to his normal size and make us ride on his back, and then he would fly to the bottom of the hijacked plane. Indeed, if he did that, we can fly through the sky without any problem, but Uma-san's existence will definitely be exposed. What are you worrying about? That little girl's machine can erase human memories, anyway. Yes, I can erase it. How can you be so casual? Sure, it doesn't matter if there are no side effects. But don't just talk about erasing memories so easily. But if the hijackers get out of control and crash the plane, then I would just keep it on my back. What? When I froze at this outrageous statement, Uma-san continued. You remember why I'm this size in the first place, don't you? Why, yes. It's the effect of the pill of large and small changes. You realized? By taking that pill, I can become even bigger than my original size. If I do that, I will be able to put the plane on my back. Uma-san's original form was indeed more than big enough, but if he becomes even bigger, I can't imagine how it would be. Of course, if I just place it on my back, the wind will blow it off. I'll use my magic to keep it in place. Uma-san, you're amazing. Fu ha ha ha. I know. I'm the Genesis Dragon, after all. That's right. Are you forgetting it? No, it's not that I forgot about it, but I didn't get a chance to see much of what he's capable of as the Genesis Dragon. Well, isn't that nice? Then let's go right to it. You seem to have avoided the question somehow. But that's okay. Then, stay away for a while. When Uma-san took off his pet clothes, he grew larger and larger on the spot. The people around us widened their eyes at the sight of Uma-san's huge size, since he was no longer trying to hide from the people. W, what is that? W, what the hell is going on here? N, no way? A dragon? Hey! Take a photo. As everyone rushed to take pictures and videos, Merle-san jumped on the back of the enlarged Uma-san and said plainly, "Okay, I'll erase it then." A-R. H, huh? The eyes of the people nearby gradually became vacant, and they began to stare blankly. There are really no side effects, right? This is really okay, isn't it? What are you doing? Get on my back now. That's right. Their consciousness is clouded by the effects of the memory manipulation right now, but if they wake up again, I'll have to erase their memories again.
I understand.
Even if there are no side effects, it would not be good to have your memory manipulated repeatedly. I hurriedly jumped on Uma-san's back, and he smiled. Now that you're on board. Then. Please wait. If I don't hold on properly, the wind will. Just when I thought Uma-san had just spread his wings, we were already above the clouds. No way. Humph. I'm not just a dragon that you can find anywhere. It's no big deal to soar into the sky like this. Amazing. I didn't feel the movement as we flew up into the sky, and in an instant, we were above the clouds. Merle-san seemed to be surprised and dumbfounded by this. Who the heck is Uma-san exactly? How can he fly so high in an instant? There is no way that others can measure who I am, you know. More importantly, I can see it now. Uma-san's words caught my attention and I looked ahead to see a plane. Is that the plane that was hijacked? That's right. Uma-san, can you fly alongside it? I'd like to check the situation inside through the window. Fine. Uma-san quietly accelerated and was instantly alongside the plane. The flight was so smooth that I didn't feel the slightest bit of the jerk. How's it? What's it like inside? When I looked into the window, I saw a group of men wearing ski masks, holding guns, and walking around, clearly indicating that they were criminals. Yeah, it seems that they are on this plane. Just as I was about to say that, I saw a girl notice us outside the window and stare at us in amazement. The girl looked so appalled that I smiled and waved my hand lightly. The girl followed suit and waved back but then immediately shook her head. Apparently, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. I guess that's understandable. If I were in her shoes, I'd doubt my eyes and brain, too. Hey, Yuuya. What's the result? Oh, I'm sorry. This is the right plane. I see. Then I'll immediately use binding magic to hold this plane to my back. As soon as he said that, Uma-san's figure grew larger and larger until it was so huge that it looked like an island. Then, despite being such a giant, he moved right underneath the plane without making a sound and then floated up to the sky to put the plane on his back. Uma-san activated his magic to bind the plane on his back. The binding was completed without any problems. You take care of the inside. You understood? I've had Uma-san's help up to this point. I can't afford to fail on my part. As I approached the plane to board it, I noticed something. How am I supposed to get into this plane? That's right, I don't have any way to get inside the plane. If I were to simply break down the door, I could get in, but if I did that, there's a chance that the air pressure or something would suck the things out from the cabin, like in the movies. Since Merle-san and I are able to stand on Uma-san's back without any problems, it seems that Uma-san has taken care of the air pressure and wind pressure, but I want to be sure. Then, Merle-san opened his mouth. You just need to get inside this plane, right? Yes. Can you do something about it? But even if you do, I'd like to make sure there's no danger to the passengers inside. Please leave this to me. Amel's technology is far ahead of this planet's. Space technology is so amazing. No, in this case, is it the planet Amel that's amazing? Anyway, I can only thank Merle-san for her technology. When Merle-san lightly operated the terminal in place, something like a vortex appeared at the plane's boarding gate. If you dive through this, you can get inside. Thank you very much. While thanking Merle-san, I hurriedly entered the plane and tried to get to the men with the ski masks I had seen earlier. As I did so, I walked down the passenger corridor, and everyone's eyes widened at the sudden appearance of Merle-san and me. What? Where did you come from? Then, one of the men in a ski mask appeared from the other side of the corridor. What? Hey, why are you wandering around? The man said something as he held up his gun, but I didn't listen to him until the end. I closed the distance between us and unleashed a palm strike on the man's body. Gwa-ah. What? The man was blown away, breaking the walls of the plane and plunging into a certain area. There were other men in ski masks who seemed to be with the man, as well as a girl. Ah, the guy from before. Ah, yes. The girl pointed at me and shouted, to which I responded by raising my hand. But when the men saw me, they all raised their guns at once. Then, one of them pulled the girl closer and pointed his gun at her. Hey, don't move. Who are you? Are you some kind of special forces? You've got a lot of nerve coming in here with just 2 people, huh? I don't know how you got here, but you need to disarm yourself and put your head on the floor. If you don't, this woman will. As the man said that, he brought the gun even closer to the girl, and the girl's face tightened with fear. At that moment, I released all the power from the magic attire, the evil and holy king's authority. In an instant, I approached the man who was holding the girl hostage, and I knocked him away and took the girl in my arms. Gagyaa. Eh? Are you okay? The girl didn't seem to understand what had happened and stared at me in a daze, but eventually, she realized her situation and nodded while her face turning red. Huh? This girl seems to be somewhat similar to Kaori. Could it be that you are Kaori's? Eh? Do you know my sister? No. Ah ha ha ha. The girl who heard my mumbling opened her eyes and stared at me. I was just surprised that I slipped my mouth. I laughed at the girl's reaction as if to cover it up, but I had to deal with this situation first. But for now, I'm glad she's okay. Merle-san, can I ask you to take care of this girl? Yes, I'll take care of her. I left the girl in Merle-san's care and turned my gaze to the hijackers, who were stunned not only by the instantaneous rescue of the hostage but also by the defeat of their comrades. Are you the only people left? What? Hey, you guys. Kill them now. But the ransom. It doesn't matter. The plan has failed. We're going to take them all out. Just do it. Why, yeah. The men took up what looked like machine guns and fired mercilessly at us. They were firing wildly without regard for the other passengers or the plane, and if they continued, they might break the plane's windows and cause damage to other passengers. So I carefully retrieved all the bullets that had been fired. Now that I've activated my magic attire, evil, and even holy king's authority, the speed of the bullets is very slow, and I have plenty of time to collect them without causing any damage to my surroundings. The men were shooting their bullets, and when they finally ran out of ammunition, their faces turned pale. Hey, what's going on with? Why are the passengers and the plane unharmed? He's not human. This isn't the world of manga. I may indeed be unreasonable from their perspective. But if I can save someone's life, I wouldn't care for the method. Ha! I threw away the bullets I had collected on the spot, and this time I put the men out of their consciousness one after another and finally succeeded in restraining them, including the hijackers who were in the cockpit. Part 5. I'm so tired. After all the hijackers were restrained, and the plane was safely secured, I quickly returned to Uma-san's with Merle-san and left the place. Merle-san, I'm sorry, but can you please erase the memory of everyone there regarding Uma-san? Yes. I'll take care of it. Thank you very much. Phew. That's a relief. This should take care of the cleanup. Uma-san seemed to be more satisfied with the air trip than expected, and after defeating the hijackers, we returned and decided to rest at home. I didn't expect to move so much. In the end, as a result of putting the girls' safety as the top priority, I even activated the Holy King's authority, even though there is no evil anymore. But I never thought I'd see Kaori's sister in a situation like that. I'm glad that I could save everyone, including Kaori's sister, thanks to me activating the Holy King's authority. When I was relaxing at home, Yuti came home from playing with her friends today. Returning home. I'm back. Oh, welcome back. Question. Yuuya, were you on a plane today? A. When I froze at the unexpected question, Yuti continued. I watched it. When I was playing with Haruna and the others, I heard the news. The hijacking of a plane was already a huge fuss, but now a single young man has defeated the hijackers and solved the problem. What? That's ridiculous. Merle-san certainly has the memories related to Uma-san. Merle-san, when I say related to Uma-san, it doesn't include me? As I shouted out, Merle-san approached me, tilting her head. Is there any problem? You erased the memory related to Uma-san, right? Yes, that's right. I completely erased all memories related to Uma-san. About Uma-san, you say? See, could it be, though, that about Merle-san and me? I didn't erase it. I knew it, In other words, she erased the memories relating to Uma-san, who managed to bind the plane on his back and flew gracefully in the sky, but she did not erase the memory relating to me, who fought the hijackers in the plane. Merle-san. Please erase that memory too, right now. That's going to be difficult. Memories and records need to be erased as soon as possible after the event has taken place. This time, it can't be erased anymore since quite a lot of time has passed already. No way. I was hoping for a little more help from space technology. Convinced. I knew it was Yuuya. What should I do? But, now that I think about it, I moved to a place where the passengers were so early, so they didn't see my face that much. Right? The only people who have seen my face are the hijackers I beat and Kaori's sister, who I rescued. It will be fine. I believe it won't be a big deal. Even though deep down I felt it was too late, I told myself that. Kasumi. Father, Nei-chan. When Kasumi Hojo arrived safely at the airport, there were many people there, including the police and the media. In the midst of all this, Kasumi found her father Tsukasa and her sister Kaori first and rushed over to them. Tsukasa hugged Kasumi tightly. I'm glad. I'm really glad. Why, yeah. Sorry for worrying you. Kasumi, who was usually energetic and strong-willed, was quite gloomy at this moment. However, Tsukasa shook his head slowly and smiled warmly. No, I'm just glad Kasumi is safe. Yeah. By the way, I heard that a young man defeated the hijackers. When Tsukasa asked, Kasumi's eyes brightened as if her earlier gloominess had been a lie. Yes. It's amazing. A very handsome Onii-san and a strange-haired Oni-san appeared out of nowhere, and the Onii-san defeated the hijackers in an instant. Yuck. It's hard to believe, but the other passengers also said they saw a young man and a girl. Tsukasa could only groan at the unrealistic situation. But Kaori had an idea of the young man and muttered to herself in dismay. A woman with unusual hair? Don't tell me. Yuuya-san? That Onii-san was so cool. I wonder if we can meet again? Kaori reacted to Kasumi's words, which were muttered in a somewhat dreamy way. Nei-chan, what's wrong? It's nothing. More importantly, I'm really glad that Kasumi is safe. Yeah, thanks, Nei-chan. Kasumi smiled embarrassedly, as she hugged Kaori, and told her cheerfully. I'm back. Welcome back. In this way, The happiness of the Hojo family was preserved through the efforts of Yuuya. Chapter 5, Planet's Core. Part 1. Well, are there any materials in this direction that could be used to power a spaceship? Yeah. Where are we headed, by the way? You'll find out when we get there. That's obvious, isn't it? The next day, after waking up in the morning and finishing breakfast, we decided to leave immediately and walked through the wilderness with Uma-san leading the way. You might be wondering why we were suddenly in the wilderness. But we hadn't been teleported anywhere, nor had we been carried by Uma-san, who had returned to his original size. We were really walking in the wilderness right after leaving the house. It seemed that the place where we live was originally a part in the depths of the Great Devil's Nest. In the depths of the Great Devil's Nest, there were many black hardwood trees and powerful monsters like the mithril boar. In addition, in the depths of the forest there should have been magic stones SS grade or higher that could be used to power the spaceship. I've never seen them, though. During the battle with Avis, his attack wiped out the entire forest behind Sage San's house, and the vastness of the Great Devil's Nest was reduced to nothing. But Hi. Yuuya? As I was walking, I suddenly felt a strange sensation on the bottom of my foot, and the moment I moved my foot, a tree grew out of the ground where my foot had just been, piercing the sky. What is that? Why is it suddenly growing out of nowhere? As I stepped away in surprise, I placed my foot on another spot and felt the same sensation on the sole of my foot again. Could it be? When I moved my foot, I had a terrible premonition that a tree was growing out of the ground again. Hey! What's going on here? As I moved from one place to another, trees began to grow one after another in an instant, transforming themselves into magnificent black hardwood trees. Astonished. This growth rate is out of the ordinary. Even if this is a phenomenon unique to this land, it's out of the ordinary for a mature tree to suddenly grow out of the barren ground. Yuti, Merle-san, Knight, and others continued to avoid the black hardwood tree that suddenly sprouted as if attacking. Then, Uma-san, who was flying in the lead, told us with a dumbfounded look. What are you surprised about? The amount of magic power floating around in the Great Devil's Nest is the highest in this world. The life force of the plants that grow there is also extraordinary. These black hardwood trees were once wiped out by that evil attack, but I guess they left their seeds in the ground and were ready to revive at the slightest stimulus. It would take some time for the monsters to return to their original numbers, but nature should be able to revive soon. The impact of your feet may have accidentally triggered the regeneration. Isn't the life force too strong? How could they just skip the budding and suddenly become mature trees? As I was bewildered by the unbelievable vitality of the Great Devil's Nest, Uma-san laughed. Well, even though the number of monsters has yet to return to normal, it doesn't mean they aren't around. Eh? The moment I was about to ask what he meant, I felt the strong presence of a monster. In addition, the location is under our feet again. We immediately jumped away from the spot, and something jumped out from the ground where we were just now with tremendous force. And this time, it's not a tree. Kisa-ah. That's? Astonished. That's the gluttony worm. Gluttony worm? The name gave off a very bad vibe. It looked terrifying, and although there were no eye-like parts, it had a huge mouth that could easily swallow up a dozen people and had a huge amount of teeth lined up in a row. Its skin was slimy and gnarly, and it looked like a giant worm. I immediately activated my identification skill. Gluttony worm level 5. Magic power 2000 attack, 100,000 defense, 5,000 agility, 1,000 intelligence, 10,000 luck, 1,000. 100,000 attack power? What's with the outrageous stats? I haven't seen this aside from Master Usagi, who has over 100,000. However, this monster seemed to be an ambush-type monster, and it was a relief that its agility was not that high. But it's still dangerous. Merle-san, who was seeing the monster of this world for the first time, groaned as she operated her terminal. Is this the creature of this planet? I understand that this planet is different from Earth, but the patterns of life and genetic information are also very different. Even so, it's amazing that a single creature can possess so much power. Merle-san. I know it's a little late to ask, but can you fight, Merle-san? Unfortunately, I can't use the battle mode on this device yet. I see. So, Akatsuki, will you stay here and protect Merle-san? Bui. When I asked him to do so, Akatsuki raised his paw as if to say, leave it to me. Pi. P. Hey, you stay over here. If you go out there, it's not good for Yuuya's training. Pi. Seal offered to help fill the hole left by Akatsuki but was stopped by Uma-san. It would have been reassuring to have Seal's support. Well, I somehow expected this to happen, so no problem. Well then, Yuti, Knight. We are the only ones fighting, can we do this? I asked, and Yuti gave me an indescribable look. Unknown. Gluttony worm is a legendary monster. Legendary? Affirmative. It's the same as Uma-san, the kind of monster that appears in legends. I believe it was one of the 7 deadly sins. 7 deadly sins? Are they the same as the 7 deadly sins that also appear in stories on Earth? Well, it's called gluttony, so it's probably the same. So in terms of the name, it bears the name, violent eating? Isn't that right? I don't know the details, though. But why is it that the same or similar concept as Earth's 7 deadly sins exists in this world? I wonder. The more I hear about it, the worse it sounds, but can't we just avoid it? It seems impossible, huh? Affirmative. We are definitely being targeted. It seems to move slowly, but we don't know what kind of attack it has. As I listened to Yuti's words, I turned my gaze to Uma-san. But Uma-san was not looking at me as he held Seal. It must have been hungry because of the lack of food since the forest in this area was wiped out. If you don't defeat it, it will eat you. So it will be difficult to escape. Even Uma-san, as expected, would say something if it was an enemy we couldn't defeat, which probably means we can defeat it, maybe. It can't be helped. Yuti, Knight. Let's handle this on our own. Affirmative. I'll do my best. Woof. With the reliable voices of the two as a signal, I took out my Omni sword and slashed at the gluttony worm. Wah! What's that weapon? As Yuuya and the others begin to battle the gluttony worm, Merle rolled her eyes when she saw the weapon Yuuya was holding. It's something my friend, the sage, left behind. The sage? No, more importantly, how could a single individual have created such a thing? Yeah. Because there was nothing he couldn't do. That's absurd. Unlike Yuuya, Merle came from a planet where science and technology were at their most advanced and could infer the power contained in various objects from the electromagnetic waves that flooded them. Moreover, the terminal attached to Merle's arm can be used to make more accurate measurements. It was only when she saw the weapon in Yuuya's hand and the storage room of Yuuya's house that Merle felt that it was outrageous without the need to even use the terminal. Even Merle, who had traveled through various universes in search of the blueprint, didn't know of any other place where such extraordinary power was swirling around. In addition, the wave of power in the storage room would have easily collapsed not only the Earth but also the entire universe, but somehow it has remained in that space, perfectly intact. It was no exaggeration to call it an act of God, and Merle could not prove it with the science she knew. And the surprise didn't end there. Hey! This guy's skin is too slippery to cut. Surprisingly, even though Yuuya slashed at the gluttony worm with his Omni sword, the blade could not penetrate the gluttony worm's skin properly to cut it. That weapon didn't work? It's certified as an S-class because of the small amount of magic power it contains within its body, but if you look at its ability alone, it's one of the best among the monsters. They called it one of the 7 deadly sins for that very reason. What are the 7 deadly sins? I don't know much about it. It's a title that humans have given them arbitrarily. No, was it the sage? I don't know where he got the idea from, but he said something like that a long time ago. In any case, there are at least 6 more troublesome types of monsters like the gluttony worm inhabiting this world. What do you mean, there are still 6 more kinds of creatures like that? Merle's eyes widened at the fact that Uma had told her. In the meantime, when Yuuya found out that the Omni Sword could not be used, he stored the Omni Sword in his item box and took out the Absolute Spear. What? What's with those weapons? Is there more than one weapon that can contain that much power? Ha 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 ha. Is that your common sense? Don't talk about the sage with such a narrow view. It's not just my common sense, it's the common sense of the universe. Merle began to feel dizzy. Originally, she had come to collect the blueprint for an anti-celestial annihilation weapon to protect her planet from the Dragonia aliens. No one would have thought that there would be a weapon that surpassed all the technology of ML on such a remote and empty planet. Merle was surprised and fatigued, but Uma laughed in amusement. It's nice to be amazed by Sage's weapon, but it's not just the weapon that's amazing. Although there are still many things that are lacking, I sense a similar vibe in Master Yuuya as in the Sage. Even I cannot measure his potential. When Uma had just said this, Yuuya unleashed his magic attire and evil's power that had laid dormant within him, as he overwhelmed the gluttony worm. However, as a last-ditch effort, the gluttony worm went on a rampage, its huge body undulating wildly. Then, the aftermath of the attack headed towards Merle. Merle, who had been caught completely off guard, was unable to avoid the stone pebbles launched by the gluttony worm's violent movements. In addition, Merle was still unable to use her battle mode. Watch out! In an instant, Yuuya came to Merle's side and held her in his arms. I'm sorry. My lack of power has put Merle-san in danger. Are you okay? Yes. I see. Please stay here for now. I'll defeat it properly this time. That's all Yuuya told her, and then he put Merle down at a further distance and headed straight for the gluttony worm. Merle was taken aback by the sight. In response to Merle, Uma smiled proudly. Do you understand now? That guy is amazing, but Merle could not say anything. Part 2. I'm tired. Affirmative. I need to rest. Woof. After we managed to defeat the gluttony worm, I crouched down. Although we were not injured in any way, facing an attack power of 100,000 was mentally exhausting. The threat forced us to fight while being conscious of the fact that even a single blow was dangerous. If it were only about status, it would be close to Mithril Boar or something like that, but no matter how I looked at it, the gluttony worm was by far the stronger opponent. After all, as the name, violent eating, implies, it would eat anything. Moreover, since it compresses the food it eats inside its body and spits it out at super high speed, it is powerful both as a long-range and a short-range attack. Furthermore, even though I defeated such a powerful enemy, my level did not increase. Seriously? Then, Uma-san and the others who had been watching our battle approached us. Humph. Why don't you take that thing down as quickly as possible? Even though the arrogant evil from before can do it, the current master should be able to handle it as well. That's how strong you've become, you know? No, as expected, I can't be compared to Avis, but still, it was strong, and there's no way I can have any leeway fighting it. If anything, it's one of the strongest monsters I've ever fought. What are you talking about? It's good to be humble, but it's also true that the results of your daily training are showing. You need to compliment yourself a little bit, too. But that doesn't change the fact that you're still inexperienced. Which one is the right one? I don't know if I can compliment myself if you say so. As I let out a sigh at Uma-san's words, I looked at the dropped items with my identification skill. Violent eating helminth skin, the skin of the gluttony worm, which is said to devour everything with its limitless appetite. The skin of the gluttony worm is constantly secreting slippery mucus from its surface, making it incredibly soft and difficult to cut. Magic Stone, S, Rank S. A special ore that can be obtained from monsters with magic power. Violent Eating's Cleaner, rare drop item for gluttony worm. A cleaner that bears the name of one of the 7 deadly sins, violent eating. It only sucks in objects that its owner recognizes as garbage. On the other hand, it does not suck in anything that the owner does not recognize as garbage. There is no limit to the amount of garbage it can suck in, and the garbage it sucks in can be converted into energy. However, it cannot suck in living organisms. It is very light and does not require a power source because it works by converting the garbage it sucks in into energy. A portable cordless cleaner that is easy to use. It is the only cleaner that does not change its suction power. What the heck is this? Nothing was shocking about the skin or the magic stone. If I had to say one thing, it would be that the skin of the gluttony worm was a material that slipped on the surface even when I slashed it with my Omni sword, so it literally didn't stand up to the blade. As for the magic stone, I thought it would be at least an SS grade if I were to consider the monster's strength alone, but it's not. That's ridiculous. I wonder if it had something to do with the amount of magic power it possessed in its body. Well, I was able to defeat it, so that's good, but what's more shocking is the cleaner. It had been a long time since I've had a drop item among the Daily Necessities series, but I didn't expect a cleaner. And there's a violent-sounding name to it. No, let's look on the bright side. It's not that there's anything wrong with it, it's just nice. It'll make cleaning a lot easier. After I stored the dropped items in my item box, Uma-san took the lead again and started to go further. Are you done? Then let's go ahead. Oh, yes. By the way, how far are we from the destination? What, we're almost there. He just smiled meaningfully as he said that but didn't give me any details. Then, after a while, I realized that what Uma-san said was true. Here. This is. As we walked through the wilderness after that, it suddenly appeared. This hole is. Astonished. I've never seen a hole this big before. Woof. Booey. Pee-pee? Yes, we were suddenly in a place where there was a hole in the ground. The diameter of the hole was so large that I couldn't even tell. And when I peeked down lightly so I wouldn't fall in, all I saw was a pitch-black space. While suppressing a terrible feeling, I asked Uma-san. This place is. This is the deepest part of the Great Devil's Nest. It is also our destination this time. Well, to be precise, it's the depths of this hole. I had a hunch that I didn't want it to come true, but it did. Or rather. No, this is impossible. Look at this hole. Yeah, it's a hole. I'm not talking about that. How are you going to get down? What is this hole in the first place? There are so many things I want to say that I feel confused and more confused, but Uma-san just laughed. This is the place that connects to the planet's core. The planet's core? What? As I twisted my head around, unable to keep up with the imagination, Merle-san seemed to have understood the exact meaning of Uma-san's words and was in shock. This is the hole that connects to the planet's core. And in such a bare place? Do you realize that? The core is synonymous with the heart of the planet. How can it be in a place where it's so easy to reach? As you say, beyond this point lies the core, the heart of the planet. But don't get it wrong, okay? This place hasn't been bare from the start. It's just bare like this because of that evil idiot. If it were in its original state, people would not be able to come here. It's in the innermost part of the Great Devil's Nest, after all. That's right. It was only after Uma-san's explanation that I understood that this was the deepest part of the Great Devil's Nest that I had always wanted to reach. I didn't think there would be a hole like this, but I guess it's still an important place for this planet. But why is there a hole in the ground? A long time ago, the sage showed interest in the core of this planet. However, as you can imagine, He couldn't open a hole leading to the center of the planet in a crowded place, so he chose the innermost part of this great devil's nest, where people wouldn't bother him. It would be impossible for a human being to reach here, and there is no sign of anyone around. What are you doing, Sage-san? You're drilling a hole that connects to the core of the planet just out of curiosity? Isn't that a bit out of the ordinary? As I was surprised by Sage-san's outrageous story, Merle-san's voice trembled as if she had noticed something. Huh? See, could it be that you are planning to use the planet's core to power my ship? If the planet's core disappears, this planet will be destroyed. I was surprised by the sudden word destroy, but Uma-san let out a sigh. Are you stupid? As a matter of fact, I would never do such a thing. Rather, this planet will not allow it. The planet won't allow it? I won't bother you with the explanation. If you're lucky, you'll find out about it. Why, yes. Anyway, the planet's core itself will not be used. However, there will be energy crystals overflowing from the core lying around the core. I thought of using those.
I see.
I'll have to go in to find out the details, but there may be something there that can power Merle-san's spaceship. But if we were to go to the end of this hole, how would we get down? Besides, if we are going to the center of the planet, it must be very hot, right? I had an image of the center of the planet, but it didn't sound like a place where people could go because of the magma. But Uma-san didn't seem to mind and looked at the hole. Oh well. My magic will protect you from the heat, as I'm sure you can't do anything about it. And as for the way to get to the bottom of the hole, as long as you follow the right procedure, you'll be fine. Procedure? Just watch. As Uma-san approached the edge of the hole, he suddenly began to release a tremendous amount of magic from his body. Then something like a magic circle appeared above the hole. If you pour in a certain amount of magic power like this, a magic circle will appear to help you get down the hole safely. If you ride this, you can safely reach the center of the planet without falling and being killed.
I see.
As I nodded to Uma-san's explanation, a pale blue light gently enveloped my body. Look, I've cast a spell on you. This way, you won't die from the heat or the lava. Although it's a bit of a hassle, I'll also protect your clothing. Now, you will have no problem soaking in the lava. Do you want to give it a try? I'll pass. As expected, I don't want to be soaked in lava. Or rather, how does Uma-san know about such things? Hey, Yuuya. You didn't forget that I'm the Genesis dragon, did you? Ah, that's right. Did you really forget that? No, I mean, I know that you're the Genesis dragon, but I had a stronger sense of you as a family than that, so. Why you can't fool me by saying that? Good gracious. Uma-san got on top of the magic circle in anger. What are you doing? Come on, get your ass over here. Ah, yes. Shame. Uma-san, you're embarrassed, eh? Yuti. Even though Uma-san was angry with her, Yuti got on top of the magic circle without seeming to care. Knight and the others and me followed, and finally, Merle-san stepped onto the magic circle with some hesitation. Part 3. Then the magic circle began to descend slowly. Oh. It's like an elevator. The only difference was that the destination was in total darkness, so it's a little scary. However, the magic circle was much better than I had expected, and as the darkness gradually reduced my vision, the magic circle glowed pale blue and white, and even though I could not see my surroundings clearly, I could at least see everyone's faces. As we continued to dive underground, the scenery around us changed drastically. I began to see brightly glowing magma-like objects. It's about time. You need to be ready to fight at any time. Before I could ask him back what he meant, we finally arrived at what seemed to be our destination. Thanks to the magic that Uma-san had cast for us beforehand, we were fine, but we were in the middle of a sea of lava, and if we had come down without taking any precautions, we would have already been burnt to a crisp. I never thought that I would be in a situation where I would be immersed in lava. We came to such a super dangerous place, but Merle-san looked around and opened her eyes. This is... Merle-san, is there something wrong? Why, yes. Please take a good look, Yuuya-san. There are pale blue ores around. When Merle-san told me, I noticed that there were indeed some pale blue minerals peeking out from the sea of swirling lava. I was so caught up in the surrounding lava that I didn't notice it, but what could it be? When I was thinking about it, Merle-san told me with a nervous look on her face. That's the crystal of energy from this planet. Eh? To be precise, it's crystallized energy from the core of this planet, so even if you bring it back, it won't affect the planet directly, but it's still a tremendous amount of energy.
I see.
So, if we use that mineral, will Merle-san's ship work? Yes, I'm sure it will. If that's the case, let's settle this quickly. Unfortunately, I didn't have any items to chisel at the ore, but if I could bring those back, Merle-san would be able to return to her home planet. Then, Uma-san urged us to look at a certain place. Look at that. Eh? What? As Uma-san urged me, I turned my gaze in that direction and saw a huge pale blue sphere floating in the air and spinning. The sphere had yellow lines running through it, and the light was pulsating as if it was moving. I wondered what it was, but I felt as though something would fly away after chanting the spell of destruction from that famous anime movie. T/N, according to Orion in my Discord channel, it's from anime movie Laputa in the castle. This is the deepest part of the whole, and that's the planet's core. That's astonished. I've never seen such tremendous power before. Although I can't quantify the energy like Merle-san did, I can still feel the tremendous power of the planet's core in front of me. Amazing. That's the planet's core. Merle-san, who had never seen a planet's core before, stared at it in amazement. Now that you know what it is, you can start collecting the ore around it. Oh, yes. I was preoccupied with the planet's core, but our goal is the energy crystals overflowing from that core. I'm afraid of what might happen if I touch that core, and I need to make sure that I don't touch that. While I was thinking about this, I was about to mine the pale blue mineral called the energy crystal when suddenly my surroundings began to shake. What? As each of us took a precautionary stance against the sudden situation, Uma-san quietly informed us. As expected, it won't let us do anything for free. Eh? Yuuya, don't let your guard down. The one who's coming out now is the guardian of the planet. The moment Uma-san said that, the surrounding magma erupted violently. In addition, the energy crystals we were trying to mine also glowed and floated up one after another. The magma swelled and gradually converged, eventually transforming into a huge mass. Then, in the same way, one lump of magma after another was created, and gradually more and more of these lumps gathered, and the energy crystals that existed around them joined in and finally transformed into the shape of a giant. Wah! Stunned, what is that? Humph! It's just like the old No, it's gotten a little bigger. Yuti and I were overwhelmed by the giant in front of us and were at a loss for words, while Uma-san was carefree as he looked at the giant. The giant radiated a stronger presence than any monster I've ever seen and showed us its overwhelming presence. Whoa! When the lava giant shouted, there was a shockwave that made us think that the planet itself was shaking violently. It struck us as well. I had to do my best to hold on to my position. Oh, Uma-san. What the heck was that? Didn't I tell you before? It's the guardian of this planet. Guardian? Yeah. To exterminate the undesirables who have come to steal the energy of this planet. There's no other way to put it but to scream at the simple fact that he told me. No, the undesirables, you say? Uma-san said that he knew a place where there was a good energy source, so we came here, and we were not told that we would be treated as undesirables. Well, when it comes to planet energy, I can't blame it for thinking that way. In fact, that's what we came here for. However, since we hadn't taken any precautions or prepared ourselves, We were in a panic. Can we defeat it? This thing. It's the planet's guardian, you know. And even if we could defeat it, it would be awkward. What should we do? Since you seem to be thinking about something strange, I'll tell you first that defeating this thing will not affect this planet. It will come back after some time anyway. So give it your best shot. If you don't, you will die. No way. We had just defeated Avis, and we were celebrating it with joy. I thought I was going to be able to enjoy sightseeing in this other world from now on. What's so sad about this is that we have to do something dangerous like this? Ku. Ut. Night. C. Let's do it. Okay. Woof. P. You must not fight. P. Just like in the case of the gluttony worm, Seal, who tried to fight with me, was stopped by Uma-san. Well, I kind of expected it, but Merle-san can't use the battle mode of her device yet, either. So it would be better to have her stay near Uma-san and the others and have Akatsuki recover her immediately if anything happened. As a result, just like the time of the gluttony worm, the three of us were going to fight, me, Yuti, and Night. No, 3 is not enough. This 1,000 spear piercing. I immediately took out my absolute spear and unleashed the spear saint technique, and the countless branching stabs attacked the lava giant. But goo. No way? The giant bent down just before it was hit by my attack and jumped up from the spot with tremendous force. As I was astonished by the giant's unbelievable movements, which seemed to be several tens of meters in height, Yuti, who had already predicted the giant's movement, quietly told me. Prediction. I've already placed an arrow there. Guo. Just at the moment when the giant's flight reached its peak, the arrow pierced the giant with tremendous force, as if it had been aimed right at it. What's more, the blow of the arrow by Yuti was heavy and crushed the lava armor of the giant. It's done. That's why? Seriously? Yuti's attack partially damaged the giant's body, but when the surrounding lava floated up again, it attached itself to the giant's body and the giant returned to its original form. Could it be that it can recover infinitely from the lava? I have a bad feeling about this, but it sure looks like it. Now completely back to normal, the giant sticks to the wall and uses it as a foothold to jump at us all at once. Goo. Avoid it. In order to avoid the attack, we jumped away from the spot as fast as we could. Immediately after that, the giant crushed the point where we were standing a moment ago without mercy. Monster. The power is ridiculous. Vrrrr. Woof. Night, who was looking for an opening, did not miss the chance when the giant hit the ground and used magic to launch a compressed water bullet at the giant. Gah. Guo. The giant was hit by the knight's water magic. The flames on that part of the body were extinguished, and for a moment, a black rocky surface could be seen. But as soon as the flames rekindled, it began to move again as if nothing had happened. Part 4. Goo. Then. How about this? Heavenly Saint / While unleashing the magic attire and evil's power, I swung down the Omni sword that I took out of the item box. Then, a massive slash of light approached the lava giant and cut off the giant's arm. Astonishing. Woof. Yuti and Night also widened their eyes in surprise at the sight, but their surprise turned into something else. Hey. Are you kidding me? The lava giant showed no signs of damage from my attack and regenerated its lost arm immediately. In addition, the arm that was slashed away remained in shape, but with the addition of the surrounding lava, it eventually became an arm that would move automatically to attack us. Wait. How can you expect that detaching a part of its body will increase the number of moves it can make? In addition to the automatic recovery ability, it also increased its means of attack, so there was no way for us to counterattack seriously. Whenever we attack, we strengthen the opponent, so there is nothing we can do about it. While desperately trying to avoid the lava giant's attacks, I activated my identification skill to see if there was any clue how to attack it, guardian of the planet level. Magic power, attack, defense, agility, intelligence, luck. That thing. Is it the same type as seal? Rather than having no numbers, it's impossible to measure, it's insanely strong. I thought I would get its weakness with identification, but instead, I feel like I've been confronted with despair. I couldn't attack it and just kept running away when Merle-san, who was watching our battle, started to operate the device attached to her arm. Yuuya-san. I'll search for that giant's weak point on my part. Why you can do that? It's probably possible. The fact that it's moving like this means that there must be a part of it that serves as its core somewhere. But it'll take some time to find it. You understood? So, until you find it. Yuti. Night. What? Woof. Merle-san is currently investigating this giant's weak points. Until then, we'll buy as much time as possible while trying not to provoke it any further. Confused, Yuuya, you say it like it's easy. But. Understood. Woof. Smiling at the sound of their encouraging voices, I continued the battle against the lava giant. Prediction. Yuuya. 2 o'clock, the attack. 2 o'clock is this direction. Thanks to Yuti's prediction, I was able to avoid the giant's attack with enough margin. Goo! It's so hard not to attack. Up until now, when dealing with monsters, I have been exchanging blows with them without holding back my own power. Even now, in terms of defeating them, it's no different. However, this was the first time that I couldn't attack my opponent until I found its weak point, and it was quite tough. As we managed to survive the giant's attack, relying on Yuti's instructions, the giant made a new move. Whoa! What? Exclamation mark evade. Yuuya, Knight, jump. Both Knight and I did as we were told and jumped as fast as we could, and the giant raised both arms and slammed them into the ground at once. The force of the blow was so great that huge cracks appeared in the ground, and magma spewed out from between them. If I had been standing on the ground, I wouldn't have been able to move properly. That was the extent of the impact on the ground. When I looked at Merle-san to see if she was okay under such circumstances, I saw that Akatsuki was deploying his sanctuary skill, and Seal's blue flames were enveloping Merle-san and the others. It looks like they're okay. But we're not in a safe enough situation to be worrying about others. The magma that erupted from the cracks in the ground and covered in flames swelled up like a giant snake with its own will and attacked us together with the giant. It's increased its fighting force now? Attack. Yuuya, it's okay to attack the flame serpents. Really? Grr. Woof. Immediately after hearing Yuti's information, Knight once again released compressed water on the flame serpent. Then, the serpent was hit by a water bullet and lost more and more of its heat, turning into a blackened rock that crumbled into pieces. It's true. But there's still too many of them. The first thing I did was to unleash the 1,000 spear piercing at a flame serpent, which is one of the reinforcements for the giant. It's not that there's any particular magic in it, but the serpent collapsed as it was after being hit by the 1,000 spear piercing. It seemed that not only water attribute magic but also physical attacks could defeat the flame serpent. And so, as we continued to neutralize the flame serpent while avoiding the giant's attacks, Merle-san finally found the giant's weak point, Yuuya-san. I found that giant's weak point. There's a tremendous energy reaction in the center of the giant's chest. Perhaps that's where the energy crystals it took in are. Center of the chest? Yes. However, as you can see from the battle so far, even if you gradually remove the armor from the chest area, it will return to its original state. Besides, if you attack it half-heartedly, there is a possibility that it will split like that arm. So please attack with the intention of blowing off all the armor with one blow. You're being unreasonable there. Even Yuti's bow and Knight's magic can barely scrape off the lava armor covering the giant's body. In addition, the giant's chest armor is thicker than other parts of its body. Now that I've heard Merle-san's words, I can see that the armor is thicker because that's where the energy source is. Yuti. Knight. Its weakness seems to be the crystals in the inside of its chest. Affirmative. In the chest. Woof. Ah. If we attack it half-heartedly, we will be the ones who suffer the most. That's why we need to blow it up with maximum firepower. Understood. Then Yuuya is the right person for the job. We'll assist you so that you can attack. Woof. I don't know what made her think that I was the right person for the job, but I guess Yuti saw something in me. More importantly, now that I have been entrusted with this task, I must fulfill my job. In the meantime, I've just come up with a way to blow up that armor. While Yuti and Knight are using their own attacks to distract the giant, I used my magic attire, and also the 3 divine steps, to close in on the giant. Goo-oo. The giant seemed to realize what I was trying to do. It ignored Yuti and Knight, and started to crush me. But useless. I won't let you get in Yuuya's way. Grua-ah. Yuti unleashed her greatest technique, the comet, and Knight, while deploying the magic attire, as I did, slashed the giant's arm with his magic-infused claws. Whoa! I finally succeed in slipping into the giant's bosom, which was left open by the attacks of Yuti and Knight. And then Heavenly Saint Slash. I ducked into the giant's bosom, jumped up in front of it, and used a technique I learned directly from Iris-san and swung the Omni Sword down with such force that it cut the giant in half from the top of its head. However, it seems that the title of Guardian of the Planet is not just flattery, and even with a single strike of the Heavenly Saint Slash, it was only able to slash through the giant's armor, and the energy crystals hidden deep in its chest were unharmed. However, it seems to have succeeded in tearing off the giant's armor. Shocking, that hit it, and the inside was still safe. Yuti seemed to think that my attack had completely defeated it and shuddered at the giant that was still moving. In addition, the lava that was supposed to have exploded began to gather again and try to wrap around the energy crystals. Not good. We have to stop it. Woof. As Yuti and Knight hurriedly attempted to attack the gathering lava, I was still in the air and switched my weapon from the Omni Sword to the World Strike. If that one is a planet, this one is a world. While making full use of the magic attire and the evil's power, I slammed the World Strike in my hand into the exposed energy crystal of the giant. In an instant, with a tremendous bursting sound, the energy crystals exploded. In any case, with my full power, I struck a blow with the same mass as the world. There was no way it could be unharmed. The giant, whose energy crystals were blown to smithereens by me, collapsed into a heap and finally fell completely silent. Oh. Is over. I couldn't help but shout as I sat down on the ground. We won. No, I really didn't know what to do, but we managed to win. It was a terrible feeling of despair when I was fighting Avis, but it was a different kind of despair this time. I mean, it's the Guardian of the Planet, you know? You have no idea how to fight it. Even so, we were able to defeat it only because of the cooperation of Yuti and the others and Merle-san's help in finding its weak points. As Yuti and the others crouched there, looking exhausted, Uma-san, who had been watching the battle unfold, approached us. It's finally over. No, we barely won. No one can beat something like that normally. You should not be so foolish. I'm not going to let you fight an opponent you can't beat. Ah, really? When it comes to training, I shouldn't trust Uma-san as much as Master Usagi. They both think in terms of their own standards, so they mistakenly believe that it is possible for me to do something that is incredibly difficult. When I looked at Uma-san with bitterness, he laughed and muttered, "Kukaku. It's good that you were able to defeat it, isn't it? Well then. It's time for you to stop being quiet and let your voice be heard." Eh? Uma-san talked to the emptiness, which surprised me. Humph. As I thought, when Yuuya and the others reached the center of the planet, they would be able to hear your voice too. Right, Arjuna? You're still the same as always, Genesis Dragon. Suddenly, the soft voice of a woman echoed in our minds. Chapter 6, The Shocking Truth. Arjuna? What's this voice? Surprised by the sudden woman's voice, it seemed that it was not only me but everyone here could also hear this voice, and everyone looked around to search for the owner of the voice. Merle San's eyes widened even more than before. The voice of the planet. No way. Then this planet has been in existence since the primordial space age? Merle San. Merle San sank into a sea of thoughts, muttering something to herself. Apparently, Merle San perceives this situation as even more extraordinary than the rest of us. Even Yuti was speechless and stunned by this situation. More importantly, where the hell did the voice come from? Uma-san smiled at us amusingly. Kukaku. You won't find her even if you look for it. The planet you're standing on right now is Arjuna! Exclamation mark. We were all stunned by Uma-san's words. In other words, the owner of this voice was the planet itself. Then the woman's voice, Arjuna-san's dumbfounded voice, sounded. The way that you make fun of people like this hasn't changed either. That is why Xenovis beat you. Huh? That guy is special, you know? He's the only one who can beat me. As we were in a state of confusion, completely left behind, Arjuna-san suddenly called out to me. The young man over there is Yuuya, right? Why yes. But? How did you know my name? If she had watched us in battle, she probably would have known, but I don't remember saying my name. When I was surprised that Arjuna-san knew my name, she laughed at me amusingly. Fufu. It's another nostalgic presence. Nostalgic. You say? Yes. How is Yunosuke? Is he doing well? I was astonished at the name that Arjuna-san mentioned. Because that name is... Why you know my grandfather? That's right, the Yunosuke that Arjuna-san mentioned was none other than my grandfather, Yunosuke Tenjou. I was surprised, but Arjuna-san told me gently. I know him well. I know your grandfather, Yunosuke, very well. No way. When I heard Arjuna-san's words, I couldn't believe them. Because I have the title, the first person to visit the other world. In other words, if my grandfather had come to this world, it would have been false. Then, Arjuna-san answered my question. Oh, you're concerned about the title that you have, aren't you? That title is not wrong. I didn't meet Yunosuke directly, after all. Directly? And how do you know about my title? Fufafu. I know everything that happens on this planet, so, I also know how Yuuya came to be in this world.
I see?
I don't know, but if Uma-san is right, then Arjuna-san is this planet itself, and she must know everything that is going on this planet. Perhaps the title of Holy is also given by Arjuna-san. Of course. I'm the one who chose the Holy. She read my mind. When I was even more surprised by the unexpected phenomenon, Arjuna-san laughed amusingly. I've already told you, didn't I? I know everything about this planet. In other words, I can understand all of your thoughts on this planet. Amazing. Humph. What's so great about that? It's just a bad taste, isn't it? We're both in the same boat in that regard, Genesis Dragon. No. You're Uma now. Call me what you like. Uma-san said so in an unamused manner and laid down on the spot.
I see.
Uma-san had been alive since the birth of this planet. Since he was the Genesis Dragon, he and Arjuna-san were childhood friends, so to speak. The word planet and childhood friend together was amazing. Arjuna-san. You mentioned earlier that you've never met my grandfather in person. What does that mean? That's right. Yunosuke didn't come to this world with his own body like Yuuya, but only with his spiritual body in the form of a dream through Xenovis magic. Spiritual body? And Xenovis-san is? Xenovis is one you know well, the one the humans call the sage. As I thought. It was the first time I heard Sage-san's name, although I had somehow guessed it from the flow of the conversation earlier. Or rather, Grandpa and Sage-san were acquainted? That's right. Xenovis once failed in a magic experiment and accidentally crossed over to a different world. That is the world that Yuuya was in. In other words, the planet that Yuuya lives on. Sage-san came to Earth. He's on Earth. No, if it's that guy, he might do it. It's not just me that was surprised by the shocking fact that Arjuna-san revealed, but also Uma-san. If it's Sage-san, he might be able to do it. I couldn't help but frown at Uma-san's words, but then I realized something. But Sage-san is a person from a long time ago, right? No matter how I think about this, the times they lived in don't match. Grandpa had been alive just a while ago, but Sage-san was someone from hundreds of years ago, right? I don't think the timeline fits together no matter what you think. It's simple. The flow of time is inherently different between this world and the world you live in. In such a situation, Xenovis not only crossed the worlds but even transcended time to meet Yuuya. Sage-san, you can do anything you want, huh? As expected of someone who's been invited to the realm of the gods, there's a lot to be said for being recruited by the gods. Hundreds of years after Xenovis' death, two worlds that were never meant to meet were connected through a doorway that appeared in the house you now live in. The old Xenovis house, to be exact. This means that the flow of time in this world is now connected with the flow of time in your world as well.
I see.
The conversation was a bit difficult, and I couldn't understand it completely. Still, I think I kind of understood it. Somehow. Unfortunately, while I can understand everything that happens on this planet, I can't understand anything that happens on other planets. So there is no way to know what Xenovis experienced on your planet, except for what he told me after he came back. She said it so casually, but even if she can't understand what happened on Earth, isn't it outrageous to think that she knows everything that happened on this planet? He came back to this world and created the ultimate magic to traverse the two worlds with Yuuya. But the magic was so dangerous that it could have destroyed both worlds if it hadn't worked. Therefore, Xenovis decided to just invite Yuuya spirit from the other world to visit this planet without announcing or using the magic he had created. The world where Yuuya lives is less dangerous than this world, isn't it? That's right. This is also one of the reasons why Xenovis only invited Yuuya spiritual body. If it's just the spiritual body, it won't get a scratch even if it's attacked by the monsters of this world. But if he's with Xenovis, it's hard to say if there's any chance of him getting hurt. How amazing is it that even the planet itself, Arjuna-san, has such a high opinion of Sage-san. In any case, I know very well about Yuuya, who was a close friend of Xenovis. By the way, how is Yuuya doing? Oh. Well, my grandpa is. As I was about to speak, Arjuna-san, who must have been able to read my mind, quietly said. I see. How quickly does time pass, Uma? Humph. I don't know Yuuya's grandfather, so I can't speak for him. But you can never get used to losing a friend. You're right. A somewhat somber air passed between Uma-san and Arjuna-san. These two have been together since birth and have probably seen the end of many lives at the same time. I heard that Sage-san was chosen by God, so he had the possibility of becoming immortal. That's true. His talent was a little too far out of the ordinary to be called human. Is there really such a thing as a god? Of course there is. But they are in a higher dimension than this one, so we can't recognize them. They won't be able to recognize us, and they won't care about us either. What does that mean? They don't care what happens to you humans or any other beings. In the first place, we are not created by them, we are born from nothing. There is no connection to begin with. But Xenovis has crossed that dimensional barrier as well, so they contacted Xenovis from their side. No, really Sage-san, you're amazing. I'd like to see what kind of life you've been through. It would definitely be interesting to have a story where Sage-san is the main character. Yes. He was a very interesting person, including his friendships. You're right. He could do anything, but he was not good at interacting with people. That was one of the things that made him human. Yeah. I can talk to you forever at this rate. This is also because Uma never visits, you know? No one can talk to me if they don't come here, and no one is strong enough to arrive here in the first place. I also miss having someone to talk to, you know? I'm free to show up wherever I want. But well, now that I live nearby, I'll show up when I feel like it. Uma said this with some embarrassment. Indeed, it's not that far from Sage-san's house to here. Now it's time to clean up the great devil's nest. Let us not, when we are old, we tend to talk too long. So, Merle. Why yes. When Merle-san was suddenly called out, she replied while stiffening her body. If it were true, Merle-san is not a resident of this planet and should not be able to understand the language, but for Arjuna-san, such language barrier can be easily overcome. It's more like she's talking to her mind, so she's able to convey the exact meaning. You came here to get the energy crystals, right? Why yes. Please, take as many as you like. You're just going to let that happen? It's okay. Merle-san was taken aback by the words that were spoken so simply. And suddenly, the remnants of the lava giants we defeated, or rather the energy crystals we shattered, began to glow. They floated up into the air and then merged together. At that moment, a tremendous light enveloped the area. I was so dazzled that I covered my face with my arms and waited for the light to subside. I felt the light gradually fading, and when I looked back, I saw a crystal that had come together as one. It doesn't change the fact that you guys defeated this giant. So you can take these crystals with you, but it would have been difficult to take them home in their previous state, right? That's why I condensed it into one. It's outrageous that it's so easy to fuse them into one. No, originally, the energy that overflowed from Arjuna-san was crystallized, and it might not be so difficult to unite. It's that simple. You read my mind again. Fufu. It's not that hard to unite them. Also, Yuuya. I'm going to give you something else. Something else? This time, a huge sphere that originally existed in this space and looked like it might have appeared in an anime movie emitted a violent light. The light eventually converged together and slipped straight into my body. Seeing the light, Uma-san raises one eyebrow. How? You're really excited about this, aren't you? Arjuna. What was that? I gave you the planet's blessing. The planet's blessing? Yes. It's the power of the creation of the holy and evil. The creation of the holy and evil? Yes. There is a conflict between the holy and the evil on this planet. You know that, don't you, Yuuya? Why yes. You may be wondering why an existence like the evil is born. And why it is left unchecked. Both negative and positive power needed to exist in order for the planet to continue its work. Without either of them, nothing would exist. But in terms of the strength of the two forces flowing through the world, the evil is probably the stronger by far. People tend to hold onto their anger much more strongly than they do their joy. In the past, Yuti herself had been swept up in the anger of revenge, so she listened to Arjuna-san's story in silence. That's why I've taken various measures to help people resist the evil. That's what the holy system is designed for, and that's what holy beasts like the red pig. Akatsuki is there for. Fugo. Woof. Bui. He was surprised to be mentioned, but when Knight looked at him with respect, he got carried away and stretched his chest. Akatsuki is amazing, but Knight, you're also amazing, you know? In this planet, the power of holy and evil influence each other more than in other planets. So, if you receive my blessing, you will be able to use both the holy and evil powers that lay dormant in your body, not just as an individual, but as the power of this planet. Is it going to get even stronger than it is now? No problem. Aside from becoming stronger, it also makes it more difficult for you to be taken in by the evil. So, you can say that even if you use power of the evil as before, there is almost no risk of it going out of control. I'd certainly appreciate that, but I can't even hold it in my hand right now, so what am I supposed to do with it when it gets even stronger? Then Kuro, who had been asleep inside me until now, seemed to wake up and called out to me in a panic, "Hey, Yuuya. I feel that my power has suddenly become much stronger. Are you about to be taken in by the evil again?" That's okay. Because I've just been strengthened with the blessing of this planet. What kind of situation is that, then? That's true. The more I say it out loud, the more it doesn't make sense. What does it mean to get a blessing from the planet? Well, it's fine. For now, it's not like you're going to be bottled up by the evil or anything like that, right? Yeah. Rather, it looks like even if I use Kuro's power, it's less likely to go out of control. I see. Then, it's fine. I couldn't help but ask Kuro, who seemed a little relieved. Could it be that you were worried about me? Huh? There's no way that's true. Don't say anything stupid. It's just that. I'm only saying that because it would be boring if you were easily taken in by my power. Don't misunderstand me. After telling me that in a reproachful way, Kuro withdrew inside me again. It looks like he won't respond to me for a while, even if I call out to him. While we had this exchange, Arjuna-san, who can read my mind, said in a soft voice, "Yuuya, you can face the power of your own evil on an equal footing, can't you?" Well, Kuro has helped me a lot. Kuro helped me once when I went out of control in a battle with the Fist Saint, and also when I fought against Quoro, and now I recognize him as an important part of my body. With that heart, you'll be able to master my blessing. Why, yes. I'll do my best. Fufafu. I have talked for so long. You must have your own things to do. Determine what you need to do and move on. Why, yes. Then Uma. Please take care of the rest, okay? Humph. I'll just do what I want to do. Geez, you're such a dragon. At last, with an exasperated laugh at Uma-san, Arjuna-san's voice disappeared. After a few moments of sentimentality, Uma-san opened his mouth. Hey, we've done our business here. Let's get the hell out of here, I'm hungry.
I understand.
And don't forget about the crystal, okay? We came here to get them, after all. So many things had happened that I had almost forgotten our original purpose, but Uma-san was right, our main purpose was to get these energy crystals. If we leave without it, there's nothing we can do. What should I do? Normally, I can retrieve it without any problems using subspace transfer technology, but unfortunately, if I use my resources on it, other functions will be affected. In that case, shall I use my item box to transport it? Item box. Come to think of it, Yuuya-san can carry things with a strange technology that is different from ours. Then, may I ask for your help? Yes. I'm glad I can be of help. After storing the energy crystals in my item box, we escaped from the bottom of this hole. He will transcend many worlds, I suppose. Arjuna-san muttered quietly behind me, but I could not hear her words. Chapter 7, Raid. Part 1. While Yuuya and the others were returning from the bottom of the hole, the Third Dragonia Force was closing in on Earth with their fleet in space. In the control room of the flagship of the Third Force, a huge hologram was floating, showing the Earth. Commander. Traces of the missing troops confirmed. It seems they were visiting this planet after all. I see. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the commander Drade nodded quietly. He had come to the vicinity of Earth following the orders of Draco III, the ruler of the Dragonias. Any sign of that unit's ship? Unfortunately, we were unable to observe any signals from their ship. As my lord said, there is an existence on this planet that can stand up against us. Drade had a smile on his face as he muttered this. The Dragonians had invaded many planets to achieve supremacy in the universe and were still wandering around the universe with a large fleet. This was because the Dragonians did not have a home planet. Therefore, the giant spaceships were their home, and they were looking for a planet that could become their second home as they continued to invade other planets. However, they were unable to find the ideal planet for them, and they continued to invade other planets and use them as colonies. This time it would be the same again, Drade thought as he asked his subordinate. Yeah. I don't think it's likely, but you should check out the environment on Earth. In case it might be an ideal planet for us, this is. What's wrong? Drade's eyebrows furrowed as his men suddenly raised their voices. Then one of his subordinates answered, his voice trembling. We have discovered. This planet, Earth, is the ideal planet for us. What? Observations have shown that Earth is the planet with the ideal environment for us. What do you mean? Explain it to me. Why, yes. First of all, Earth's atmospheric composition, water quality, geology, temperature, etc., are all ideal for us. Furthermore, there are no foreign enemies in the surrounding galaxy, making it the perfect home for us. The only concern we have is the lifespan of the sun that sustains the Earth's activities. We can handle that with our technology, but I never imagined that an ideal planet really existed. Co-Commander. And I have one more thing to report. What is it? Amel's electromagnetic waves have been detected at a certain point on Earth. What? Do you mean to tell me that the Amelian is still on Earth? Yes, what do you mean? My direct unit, which was supposed to have come to this planet to seek out the Amelian annihilation weapon, had disappeared, and the Amelian, who was the target, is still on Earth. Normally, they would have fled by now. If anything, I was planning to follow the traces of that Amelian in anticipation of that. But if they're in some kind of trouble and can't get off the planet. When he said that much, Drade smiled ferociously. It's the best. Nothing could be better. His men also caught onto Drade's smile and smiled like a predator. Our prey, the Amelians, are on Earth without their annihilation weapon, and the Earth is our ideal planet. We have no choice but to invade. We will kill the natives, including the Amelians, and take both the planet and the Amelian annihilation weapon. It will be ours. Ha! First, we hunt the Amelians. Leave the people of Earth alone. We're not going to stop for those fools who don't even have the technology to cross the universe. Hey, do you know exactly where the Amelians are? Yes, sir. The coordinates are fixed, sir. Then isolate that point in subspace from Earth first. The Amelians won't go down without a fight. That's why I don't want the ideal planet to be destroyed in a battle between the Amelians and us. After we have the weapons to destroy the Amelians, we will slowly invade Earth. Do you understand? Ha! At the sound of his subordinate's voice, Drade nodded in satisfaction, raised his voice, and gave an order. Move. The target is Earth. Now, let's plant the flag of our Dragonia on Earth. Drade, thinking only of conquest, had completely forgotten the advice he had received from Draco 3 before setting out. If there is even the slightest possibility that an entity can compete with the Dragonias, do not let your guard down. This was how the third unit, led by Drade, approached the Earth. Is it going to be fixed? Yeah. Everything's fine. We returned from Arjuna-san's place. After having lunch, Merle-san immediately started to refuel the spaceship with the obtained energy source. However, there was no place to work on the Earth, so we decided to bring the spaceship to the other world and work on the cleared land in the Great Devil's Nest. As soon as Uma-san returned home and ate lunch, he fell asleep. I wonder why he is so interested in Earth's culture but not in Merle-san's advanced technology. I don't really understand. On the other hand, Knight and the others seemed to be as curious about Merle-san's spaceship as I was and watched her work with great interest. What impressed me was the special technology that housed the spaceship and the nanomachines. Just by operating the terminal on Merle-san's arm, The spaceship instantly changed its size to the size of the palm of her hand, and when she operated it again, it returned to its original size. I really don't know what the logic behind this is. Also, the nanomachines that were used while I was unconscious were quickly adjusting the ship. It's called a nanomachine, so it's invisible to the naked eye, and from the side, it looks like it's just going through the motions. Unlike me, this was the second time Yuti had seen it, and she was amazed at the sight. Surprise. Merle, it's amazing. Is this technology from beyond the sky, from outer space? I guess so. I wonder if this kind of technology is commonplace. Space is a big place, after all. The Earth is working hard to send rockets and satellites into space, but we don't yet have the technology to travel freely in space. On the other hand, Merle-san and the Dragonias could travel freely in space. If you think about it normally, there was such a big difference in technology, and the Earth would be easily invaded. Then, Merle-san, who had just been able to load the energy crystals she had brought back into the ship, took a breath. Phew. I managed to finish it. Thank you for your hard work. No, it's me who should thank you. I'd like to thank you for all your help. If it weren't for your help, I would never have been able to leave Earth. We're glad we could be of some help. So, is that spaceship going to work? Yes. It's still in the trial run stage, but it looks like it's ready to go. So, now that my ship is fixed, I've been using the functions that I couldn't use while it was broken to measure which is closer to ML, this planet, or Earth. It seems that Earth is closer, so I'd like to go back to Earth. Is that okay? That's fine, of course. But if you launch a regular spaceship on Earth, there will be chaos, won't there? That's not a problem. I can control the memories and records of all the people on Earth with this terminal. Oh, I forgot she could do that too. Space technology is really outrageous. If I ask any more questions, I'm sure other scary stories will pop up, so I'll leave it at that. So in order to fly the spaceship, we went back to the Earth house and went outside. But what I saw, instead of the scenery of Earth, was an eerie empty space. Part 2. What? This is. Instead of the usual view of the city, we were in a strange space with an indescribable color, as if various colors of paint had been mixed together. As I was stunned by the unusual sight, a distortion appeared at a part of the space. And then. The Dragonias. From the distorted space, a large number of spaceships with dragon emblems appeared. The number of them was much larger than the last time they attacked. In the center of the ship stood a large, dragon-shaped spaceship. I've isolated your dwelling place in this subspace. Think of it as a place with no escape. As I stared up at the group of spaceships in dismay, I heard the voice coming from the largest of them. How? I never thought that the Amelian was really still here. It looks like my men have been defeated after all. You are. As Merle-san stared at the group of spaceships, a hologram was projected from the largest ship. There was a figure of a Dragonia alien with long hair pulled back in a single bun, with similar features as the ones that had attacked us before. I don't know if he's male, middle-aged, or if these features even show in their appearance like how it is for us on Earth, but his appearance alone gave him the dignity of a man in a period drama. The middle-aged Dragonia opened his mouth in a somewhat irreverent manner. I'm Drade, the proud commander of the 3rd unit of the Dragonia planet. See, Commander? Merle-san's eyes widened at the words of the Dragonia. Drade. You Merle-san. I don't understand. Is it so great to be a commander? Yes. The ones who attacked the other day were so-called low-ranking soldiers from the Dragonia's end. But even among the Dragonias, who are known for their martial prowess, a commander is a position that could only be held by those with a high level of ability.
I see.
In addition, the fact that the commander has come directly to us means that the soldiers here this time are probably far more skilled and capable than the soldiers before. To that extent? But if Merle-san uses that armament you've been using, it will be. With the energy crystals left over from the repair of the spaceship, the battle mode can now be used safely. However, it won't last more than a few seconds against the division commander. How strong is the commander? And on top of that, I don't think I will be able to win against a whole fleet of these enemy ships. Why don't we just run away somehow? It seems to be impossible to escape. This space is a subspace that they have developed. In other words, it is a place that is isolated from Earth. In order to get out of this space, we have to bring down their ship that deployed this subspace. Considering the scale, the ship that is deploying this space is probably the largest flagship with a commander on board. The fact that we don't have to worry about damage to other inhabitants or manipulating information is helpful, but there's nothing else we can do under the circumstances. It seems like we really are stuck on all sides. And why is my house even involved in this again? Fortunately, Night and the others are also here, groaning against the spaceship floating in the sky. Night is a species that has the potential to become as powerful as Uma-san, but at this stage, there is too much of a difference in size for that to be true. As I was thinking about this, somewhat escaping reality, Yuti asked me. Confirmation. Yuuya, are you sure they are enemies? Yeah. They are likely to be from the Dragonia aliens, Merle-san's enemies. This space is also the work of those people, and it seems that they isolated us from the Earth. Understood. That's why this space is so strange. But can you defeat them? Even with my arrows, I'm not sure I can damage that ship. Even Yuti showed signs of weakness facing the spaceship fleet. In any case, it was even more so because she had seen how Merle-san repaired the spaceship and other technical aspects. It seemed that even a slight damage would be repaired just like the guardian of that planet. As for the nanomachines, I thought they would be useful considering that I had seen Merle-san use them and that they had fixed my house, but they would be extremely troublesome if used by the enemy. Then, Merle-san operated the terminal on her arm. At that moment, something that looked like a translucent soap bubble appeared from Merle-san's spaceship. The membrane grew larger and larger until it completely enveloped my house. Merle-san, this is... I extended the defense mechanism of my ship to the entirety of Yuuya-san's house. Thanks to the energy of that planet, I was able to cover it somehow, but it won't last for long. But for a little while, we should be able to fight without worrying about the house.
I see.
As I nodded at Merle-san's words, the holographic droid snickered. Humph. Impudent. How much longer can you hold out with that kind of trickery? I won't give you the blueprint. Then you'll regret it in the afterlife. Ah. Yuuya. The moment Drade's mood changed, Yuti shouted sharply. Then I can see the energy concentrating one after another on the gun barrel part of the spaceship that was floating in the sky. This is a sign that we are going to be attacked all at once, no matter how I look at it. Coup. Rising dragon piercing. I immediately took out the absolute spear and unleashed the magic armor and evil power, together with the spear saint technique. In the next moment, the technique became a dragon that was much more massive than the one used by the spear saint, and was released towards the spaceship fleet. Whoa! I was surprised to see that the attack was much bigger than I had expected. Is this the power of the holy and evil creation that Arjuna-san was mentioning? Even though I haven't used the Holy King's authority yet, my attack with the rising dragon piercing turned into a huge dragon, with the white light of the holy and the black light of the evil mixing together. What? In the face of my technique, the hologram of Drade had a look of surprise on his face. My technique just swallowed up some of the spaceships. As expected. Yuuya is so strong. But I'm getting stronger too. Yuti looked at me, but her bow was firmly pointed at the spaceship. Death Comet. The technique handed down from the bow saint was unleashed with more power than when we fought before. The arrow that became a ray of light penetrated the spaceship and easily pierced the spaceship's armor. The blow seemed to have hit the spaceship directly in the core, causing the huge ship to explode and crash. Yuti, that attack was. Of course. I aimed for it. As I thought. Lately, UT and I have not been doing much training. This is because, according to her, there is already a gap between us, but looking at the attack she just delivered, I don't think so. Perhaps she had been training in a place where I couldn't find her. I have to work harder too. Grr. Gar. Fugo. Bui. Knight unleashed the same kind of magic armor as I did, and in an instant, he was closing in on one of the spaceships. And when he swung his claws with magic power, the spaceship was easily torn apart. I was a bit skeptical, but then again, maybe Knight does have the potential to be as good a fighter as Uma-san. Akatsuki turned into a giant and charged into the groups of spaceships, moving around violently and knocking them down. Pi. Pei. Seal was covered in blue flames, just as in the battle with Avis, and charged straight at the spaceships, destroying them one by one. There are still many mysteries about Seal, but it seems that there is nothing to worry about. What the hell is that creature? And what the hell is that energy? Seeing Seal like that, Drade shouted in surprise, but it seems that Seal is a special existence even from the perspective of aliens. Ku. What are you doing? Hurry up and aim at them. The sudden dropping of several spaceships may have triggered a sense of crisis, and Drade was sending out instructions. But you're not going to hit anything. Merle-san, as a matter of course, floated up in the air and raised her left arm, which had been transformed into battle mode, and shot a beam at the enemy spaceship. The attack was so powerful that several spaceships were caught up in it and exploded. Certainly, your attacks are more powerful than mine. But do you think you can aim at us with such a huge size? Gah. Then all I have to do is hit you directly. My third unit. Show them what you're capable of. The next moment, just as they had done the other day, the Dragonia soldiers descended from the spaceship at once and attacked us directly. The number of soldiers was tremendous, easily over 1,000, and they began to swarm us. Wait. This number is, as expected. They are certainly many, but thanks to them, the enemy can't use their beam weapons. As Merle-san said, the attack from the spaceship stopped as soon as the Dragonia soldiers descended. I think the reason for this was to avoid involving their allies. If that's the case. 1,000 spear piercing. In order to cope with the large number of opponents, I aggressively unleashed a large number of techniques. Fortunately, there are no soldiers that are that strong on an individual level, so I've been able to deal with them so far, but I don't feel like I've reduced their numbers at all. As I was wondering why, Merle-san shouted as if she noticed something. This is... no way. Living weapons. A living weapon? That's... it's what is known as a cloning weapon. They're creating clone soldiers in the spaceship and sending them at us. How is that even possible? Yes, cloning technology is a specialty of the Dragonias. However, as for how this situation is going, they seem to be taking quantity over quality. In fact, each one of them is far from the level of the Dragonia elites. It takes a lot of energy to create a clone soldier, so I guess they don't have unlimited resources, but I don't know how much longer this situation will continue. Is this a normal fighting style in space? No, it's not normal. It's true that if you think of them as soldiers to be used and discarded here, it's very easy to get enough of them because you can just create them and order them to attack. However, their energy is finite, and considering that, why would they want to use such a strategy? Merle-san was about to say something when she suddenly turned her attention to the enemy's flagship which Drade was on board. Could it be? It's not good. The reason they didn't fire isn't to keep their allies from getting involved, they did it to buy time. I also turned my attention to the flagship, where I saw a ship with a huge barrel that was gathering energy. That energy cannon is not good. No matter how hard I try, the barrier I've deployed won't be able to stop it. That meant that an attack would be unleashed that would not leave Merle-san's spaceship or my house unscathed. Then the hologram appeared again in the sky. There was Drade's figure with a triumphant expression. Ha 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 ha. You fool. There's no way I'm going to do anything directly for you lowly creatures, is there? You can disappear into the dust right here. Are you sure? You wanted our blueprint, didn't you? If you unleash an attack like that here, the blueprint will disappear too. Do you think I don't know what protects that blueprint? Coup. As I recall, the blueprint that Mal-san and the others were looking for was inside a stone box made of something called cosmonium, which was said to be the hardest material in the universe. Looking at Drade and Mal-san, it must be so sturdy that it will not be destroyed by the attack that was about to be unleashed. I wanted to do something to stop that flagship from attacking, but the living weapons swarming around us were getting in the way, and I couldn't push forward. This was what Drade was after. Ha 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 ha. Now, let's all be obliterated by the roaring dragon cannon, the wisdom of our Dragonia. With a single word from the smiling Drade, the attack was finally unleashed. The compressed energy was so huge that it instantly swallowed up the nearby clone soldiers. In the face of such an overwhelming attack, I desperately tried to think of a way to prevent it, but nothing came to mind. If I, Yuti, and the others can avoid it at all costs, we may be able to survive. But my house, which was still here, was different. Even the barrier that Mal-san had deployed would not be able to prevent this attack. Are we really going to be wiped out like this? Is there anything I can do? As I desperately tried to think, I remembered the existence of a certain item. Part 3. There was certainly a possibility that this attack could be prevented by using that item, but it was an item that I couldn't comprehend. Still, I couldn't think of any other options. I made up my mind and took out the item. Astonishment. Yuuya, that apostrophe S. Woof. Fugo. Hi. Yuuya-san. Everyone present was stunned when they saw the item I had taken out. But there's no time to answer that now. I used the item as if I were praying. Absorb it. Violent Eatings Cleaner. When I took out the Violent Eatings Cleaner and activated it, it made a very quiet driving sound. However, the vacuum cleaner's suction power was incredible, and it collided head-on with the energy cannon that was roaring and approaching. And then... Ooh. The vacuum cleaner really did start to absorb the opponent's beam. It looked like a normal cordless cleaner, small in size in comparison to the beam. However, the beam was no match for it and it was swallowed up very quickly. This is the only vacuum cleaner that has this suction power. What is happening? How is it possible that the Dragonia cannon, which is the epitome of our technology, is being prevented? Unable to believe the scene in front of his eyes, Drade was shouting distraughtly in the hologram, but the energy cannon continued to be absorbed into the vacuum cleaner and finally it finished absorbing the entirety of the beam that was released. The situation was so incomprehensible that not only Drade but also Yuti and the others froze. If anything, I'm also frozen. I can't believe that it can really absorb the energy. What an amazing vacuum cleaner. Vacuum cleaner. Did it lose to a vacuum cleaner? Our technological masterpiece has been defeated by a vacuum cleaner from a remote planet? It seems so. Don't be ridiculous. As Drade's roar rang out, a part of the flagship opened, and a figure emerged from it. It was the very same Drade himself who had been looking down on us using the hologram just a moment ago. I've never been so humiliated in my life. As he approached us, Drade vigorously raised his right arm to the side. And then a beam-like spear was released from there. It's not that I was trying to mock him at all, it's just that I was desperately trying to protect my house. I guess it didn't look that way to him. As I broke out in a cold sweat, Drade thrust a spear at us that showed his skill at a glance. I thought my clone soldiers would be able to kill you, but you're much better than I expected. The roaring dragon cannon should have been able to wipe out a large spaceship. But that's okay. To make sure that you are killed, I'll kill you myself. Gah? The killing intent that was released from Drade was tremendous, and the power that was released was incomparable to the energy cannon that was shot earlier. His power took the form of a blue dragon, which enveloped him. Drade, clad in the aura of a blue dragon, finally came at us. Now die. And then Drade unleashed a blow of divine speed. While Yuuya and the others were fighting Drade, Uma, who was sleeping at Yuuya's house, opened one eye. A visitor? The reason for this was because he sensed that someone had come to Sage's house on the other world side, but Yuuya and the others who should have been dealing with them were fighting the Dragonias. Geez. There are a lot of troublesome people in the universe. Uma sighed, stretched, and slithered to his feet. At that moment, he noticed from inside the house that Yuuya had blocked a blow from the Dragonia's roaring cannon. Humph. I could prevent that blow, but if he could have dealt with it himself, it would have been better. More importantly, isn't this going to be interesting? Uma could tell from their presence who had arrived on the other world side, and he smirked. That's right. If I don't lend a hand once in a while, Yuuya might forget that I'm the Genesis Dragon again. He should be able to understand the value of my work here. After saying that, he headed to the storage room where the door to the other world was located. Yuuya-sama. We are coming. At the same time, on the other world side, Lexia and the others were visiting Yuuya's house. Lexia and the others have visited Yuuya's house several times, so it should be a familiar sight, but Luna is appalled by the way in which Yuuya's house and the surrounding area of the Great Devil's Nest have been completely obliterated. Did my eyes go crazy? The land shouldn't have been a clearing like this before. Iris gently tapped Luna on the shoulder. You are not crazy, Luna-chan. The ultimate perfection of the evil that Luna-chan also knows. Avis's blow has cleared the land from this point onwards. With a blow? But why is this house safe? Who knows? I still don't understand it either. Yeah. The only person I can think of that can prevent that blow is the Genesis Dragon. But that dragon should not have lent a hand to us. So, I can't think of any reason why this house is safe. Both Iris and Usagi didn't know that Yuuya's house belonged to a famous sage in the other world, so they still didn't know why it was able to prevent Avis's attack. In the midst of all this, Mai, the only one among them who had never been to this place before, was looking around in a daze. Oh, he lives in such a dangerous place. I mean, I was supposed to be fighting a guy who could clear a forest with a single blow. Before they came here, they were attacked by a pack of monsters several times, but Iris and Usagi easily dealt with them. In addition to that, the content of the conversation between Iris and the others suggests that the battle against the evil that Mai was originally supposed to fight took place in this place, and she was appalled when she imagined the scale of the battle. Mai, who had been fortunate enough to have never encountered Avis, realized for the first time how powerful the enemy was. Then Lexia, who had run up to Yuuya's house first, tilted her head. It's strange. There's no response from Yuuya-sama. I think he's not home. We are actually forcing ourselves to come here without any kind of promise, after all. No way. Lexia was disappointed by Luna's words. But Luna had a point, and there was a good chance that he was not home. But in this case, the absence depended on whether it was because he was present in the other world where Lexia and the others lived or because he was back to his original world. Earth. They came all the way to his house, but there was nothing they could do if he weren't here, so they had no choice but to leave. You've come to the right place, little girls. Eh? When Lexia and the others turned around, there was Uma smiling at them. Part 4. Ha. Ku. I blocked Drade's blow with my absolute spear, but his attack was heavy. As I was blown away, Drade yawned as if he was bored. Humph. I was expecting a little bit more from you, but I guess this is all you can do. Bye. And then, as if to say, where are you looking? Seal charged at Drade, but Drade just took one look at Seal and waved his arm lightly. At that moment, a mysterious cage appeared around Seal, trapping him in place. Seal? Hi. P. In an attempt to destroy the cage, Seal immediately wrapped his body in blue flames and rushed at the cage, but just as Seal was about to charge, some force pulled him back to the center of the cage. After that, Seal moved around several times trying to get out but couldn't reach the cage before he was pulled back to the center. Useless. It is a cage that utilizes universal gravitation. Once inside, it can never be broken from the inside. I was watching the fight earlier. And I had never seen your power before. I'm going to take you home and study your abilities to the fullest. What? Seal. In order to save Seal, I ran towards the cage, but Drade came around before me. Don't even think about saving your friends with me in front of you, okay? Get out of my way. I released all of my limiters and unleashed the power of the Holy King's authority, the power of evil, and the magic armor. What? You've still been hiding your power. In order to save Seal as quickly as possible, I used a variety of holy techniques to attack Drade. Drade managed to survive my attack, but his body had sustained several wounds. No way this is. Back up. Yuuya, I'm here to help. I'm here too. Goo. Furthermore, in coordination with me, Yuti and the others started attacking at once, but Drade shouted and released all his energy to prevent Yuti and the others from attacking. Yuti and the others, whose attacks were negated, couldn't help but let out a word of surprise. Amazing. He prevented that. This is the class of a Dragonia planet commander. This is not enough to stop me. Then how about this? In response to the rough-breathing Drade, I switched the Absolute Spear to Omni Sword and unleashed a technique handed down from Iris-san. Heavenly Saint Slash. The attack, which was a truly all-out effort, became a dazzling slash of light high in the sky and swung down on Drade. However, don't underestimate the Dragonias. When Drade crossed his arms, a barrier of some sort appeared, blocking my attack head-on. And in the end, it prevented me from landing the blow which was made with all my might. No way. Looks like that was the best you can do, huh? As a matter of fact, even Drade was not unscathed, and although he had wounds all over his body, he stood firm while I fell to my knees, feeling tremendously fatigued from the recoil of the Holy King's authority. Moreover, there were still several spaceships floating in the sky, and many Dragonia aliens were still inside them. Come on, Dragonia elites. Start the invasion. Then, behind Drade, there was a legion of Dragonia aliens rushing towards me. Predicament. That number is indeed. Wow. I'm sure they are not the cloned soldiers we've been dealing with, but real, well-trained soldiers. The winner is decided. Then, I'll take that creature. Woof. I desperately tried to move my body to save Seal, but the recoil of the Holy King's authority prevented me from moving my body as I wanted. In fact, if this continues, instead of being killed by Drade, we will be killed by those soldiers. There was no reinforcement for us, and it was at this moment that I thought it was going to end. Permission to pass through the door is requested. Do you wish to grant permission? Permission to pass the door? I read the message that suddenly appeared in front of me in a daze. Why, yes. I nodded in reflex, not entirely understanding what it meant. Then, Heavenly Saint Slash. Violent wind legs. What? Suddenly, 2 attacks struck the soldiers of Dragonia aliens. They were accompanied by voices I knew well. I turned my gaze toward the voice and was stunned. Because. Why are the masters here? We're finally here. What's with that mess? Yuuya. To my surprise, Iris-san and Master Usagi appeared here. No way, was the permission for that door. About Iris-san and the others. However, the door is in Sage-san's house. Normally, it should not even be possible to find. How did you get here? My dear apprentice is in trouble. It's only natural to come to the rescue, isn't it? Ha! Just ignore what she's saying. The only reason we're here is because the Genesis dragon invited us in. Uma-san? I turned my gaze to the house and saw Uma-san lying down as usual at the entrance. When he noticed my gaze, he opened one eye and grinned. What? While I was moved by Uma-san's help, I heard Drade's impatient voice, so I looked back again. Then, to my surprise, the cage that Seal was trapped in came flying towards me, floating in midair. I hurriedly caught it. Then I noticed that there was a thin thread wrapped around the cage that I couldn't see unless I strained my eyes. I'm not as dependable as the Sword Saint or the Kicking Saint, but I'm here too. Luna. Yuuya Summer. Me. I'm here too. Lalexia-san is here too. I can't hide my surprise at the members of the Otherworld group that appear one after another. And finally, Kagurazuka-san was looking around with an indescribable expression on her face. Hey! Is this really Japan? It's not even Japan, it doesn't even look like Earth. Well. As I wondered how I should respond to Kagurazuka-san's words, Master Usagi, who had moved to stand next to me, spoke up. We'll talk later. Are those people over there your enemies? Why, yes. When Master Usagi heard my answer, he smiled ferociously. Master? No matter how I look at it, it's the kind of smile that herbivores don't do. Phew. This is just right. Thanks to you, we, the Holy, didn't know what to do with our power. But if those are your enemies, then I'll repay my debt to you here. You can use me to your heart's content. Yuuya-kun, it's the same for me. If they are your enemies, they are also my enemies as your master. Let's fight together. Master Usagi, Iris-san. When I had finally recovered enough to move, I stood up with all my strength and broke the cage that had trapped Seal. Seal, stay with Uma-san and the others. When I tried to lower Seal to safety, Seal fiercely opposed me, but now that I knew Seal was being targeted, I couldn't let Seal fight. I picked up Seal and went over to Lexia-san and the others and left Seal with Lexia-san. Lexia-san, can you take care of Seal for me? Yes, of course. But is Yuuya-sama going to be okay? Lexia-san's concern was understandable. I was so tired that I couldn't move a moment ago, but I'm fine now. After all, a reassuring ally has arrived. After leaving Seal in Lexia-san's care, I faced Drade and his men once again. Master Usagi, Iris-san. Please lend me your strength. Fine. Yes. The two of them ran out as soon as they replied and jumped into the crowd of Dragonia soldiers at once. What can they do with just a few more people? Kill them all. The enemy soldiers also shouted and rushed towards Master Usagi and the others, but there was no urgency in their expressions. I don't know what they are saying, but they are sure making light of us. That's right. We can't afford to lose to people who aren't evil. Iris-san held her sword low and slashed it up with great force. Heavenly rotation. A tornado of slashes was generated, and it engulfed the soldiers of the Dragonia planet, cutting them up one after another. Breaking kick flash. Master Usagi pulled his legs to the limit of his body and released them at once. At that moment, a blow of extreme compression was released from Master Usagi's leg, piercing through the Dragonia aliens who were rushing towards him in an attempt to corner him. In addition, the aftermath of this technique pierced not only the soldiers around him, but also the spaceship that was floating in midair. Seeing the actions of Master Usagi and the others, Mul-san, who had never seen the Otherworld group before, was stunned and muttered. Amazing. That they could so easily defeat those formidable Dragonia aliens. Well, those two are special, after all. Then, like Mul-san, Drade, who had witnessed the strength of the Otherworld group for the first time, opened his eyes. Ridiculous. Nonsense. What the hell are these people? Your opponent is me. NNH. I left the other Dragonia aliens to Master Usagi, Merle-san, and the others for the moment, and I attacked Drade. Drade immediately crossed his arms, as he had done when he received my Heavenly Saint Slash, and deployed what looked like a barrier to intercept my Omni Sword, but the barrier was easily cut through by the Omni Sword. What? I see. When I think about it, Holy was originally a power to counter evil, and this weapon has a non-standard power that I originally inherited from Sage-san. While Heavenly Saint Slash attacks the opponent with the blade of light created by the power of the Holy, now I'm using the original power of Sage-san's Omni Sword that can cut anything. So even if it were just a normal attack, Drade's barrier would have been sliced through. However, Drade quickly distanced himself from it, just as his arm was about to be cut in half. What? What is that weapon? I'm pretty sure I blocked your attack with that weapon earlier. But why is it that when you're weakened, your attack? It would be a confusing situation for Drade. If looking at the power alone, it is obvious that I have weakened because I don't have the physical strengthening of the Holy King's authority. I myself was exhausted and not as strong as I was before. However, Sage-san's weapons have more power than that. I thanked Sage-san once again for leaving these weapons to me and held up the Omni Sword. I'm going to beat you here. Stop being cocky, you low-life creatures. The earth you live on, and the annihilation weapons of planet ML. All of it. All of it will belong to us, the Dragonias. Drade charged, shouting and thrusting out the spear in his hand. However, the attack was not as refined as the first time. Spiral Slash. Unparalleled War Dance. Twilight Slash. In response to Drade, I unleashed all of the techniques of the Sword Saint that Iris-san had unleashed when she was cooking. But even with that attack, Drade was able to handle it and counterattacked. I can't lose. I'm the commander of the Dragonia planet. I will not be defeated. I won't lose either. What? While I was attacking Drade, I instantly switched from the Omni Sword to the Absolute Spear. Drade had been responding to my sword attacks up until now, so he couldn't immediately respond to the spear attack that I switched to in an instant. I made sure not to let that gap slip away. Exclamation mark. In the next moment, something strange happened to my body. I had been fighting with only my energy and no longer had the strength to use the Holy King's authority, but suddenly a golden aura, the same as the Holy King's authority, overflowed from my body. And that's not all. Along with the golden aura, I was also clad in a silver aura that I had never seen before. I'm not sure what this power is, but I know that the golden aura is the holy power. I felt the pure power of the holy from this golden aura, even more so than when I activated the Holy King's authority. And this silver power is similar to the evil? Its essence was also more pure than that of Kuro and Avis. Well, this is not a superficial evil power of only hatred, but a pure evil that is necessary in the world. I was confused by the suddenness of the situation, but then I thought of the holy and evil creation that Ajina-san had given me. Could it be? This is the true power of holy and evil creation. What kind of power is that? Where did you get that kind of power? Exclamation mark you. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I unleashed my most powerful attack on Drade. Drade tried to block the attack somehow, but Sage-san's weapon, the Absolute Spear, had pierced everything, including Drade as well. Drade spat out what appeared to be blue blood, different from that of humans. No way. This me is losing. He fell down, and for a moment, the surroundings went silent. And then, Co-Commander has been defeated. Our retreat. Report to the main ship immediately. Recover the commander. We need to deactivate the subspace and retreat immediately. The Dragonia aliens hurriedly fled disorderly into their spaceships and flew away. As all the spaceships disappeared from this mysterious space, the space itself, which was distorted at the same time, returned to the original Earth. Epilogue. We defeated the Dragonia aliens. Immediately after that mysterious space was dispersed, the streets immediately returned to the familiar streets as usual, and we hurried back into the house. Fortunately, there weren't that many people near my house, so it didn't cause any commotion, but it would have been a surprise just to see someone suddenly appear, and anyone would have been surprised to see a person with a sword and another clearly dressed like a princess. That's why we went back to my house before we created a ruckus. Everyone was looking around my house with curiosity. So I decided to ask them questions one by one. Why did you come to my house? Sorry, it was my fault. Kagurazuka-san's fault. Then, an unexpected person answered, and as my eyes widened, Kagurazuka-san told me somewhat awkwardly. I told Lexia-san and the others that you live in the same world as me. So in the Adventurers Guild, we heard about a love potion. So, when we went to the forest to look for the ingredients for the love potion, we happened to meet Iris-san and the others, who I also told that you were from the same world as mine. And then we all decided to go talk to you.
I see.
It was true that if someone had asked Kagurazuka-san about me, they would have known at once that I was from a different world. It's not like I asked Kagurazuka-san to keep quiet about it, so it was probably just a matter of time before someone found out. After I understood the reason why everyone was here, I touched on something in Kagurazuka-san's words that bothered me. Even so, is there such a thing as a love potion? I was surprised, too. And it's for you. Exclamation mark. As soon as Kagurazuka-san was about to say something, Lexia-san and Iris-san covered Kagurazuka-san's mouth with unbelievable speed. What is it? Mama? You can't say that. That's right. As the Sword Saint. No, it will affect my reputation as the master. But there's nothing to say. It's not a problem. This is an order from a princess, okay? I can't do that here. Oh, okay. The conversation seemed to be over, with Kagurazuka-san somewhat limp and Lexia-san smiling dryly. What was that all about? It's nothing. It has nothing to do with you, Yuuya-sama. Is it really nothing to do with me? Kagurazuka-san, I thought she was about to say you for a moment. However, looking at the two of them, they didn't seem to be able to answer, so I decided not to pursue the matter any further. Then Iris-san changed the subject. Yuuya, you really are from this other world? Yes. That's right. I mean, I'm sorry for not telling you. It doesn't matter. Until we heard about the saint and hero summoning in the country of Regal, we too thought that other worlds were something from fairy tales. It's true. In fact, I was able to see the other world for a moment just now, but it was different from the world we know. It's just that, Yuuya. It seems to me that the fact that you are special is no different in this world. Is that so? Yes. I've been looking around for signs of life, but none of them are as strong as yours. Apparently, they were able to find out that much in just a few moments before entering the house. These two people are amazing. Master Usagi had been looking around the house for a while when he suddenly stood up. Well, there are many questions I want to ask you, but for now, let's go back for today. Ara? You're leaving already? Iris-san was also looking at Master Usagi curiously, but Master Usagi frowned. What do you mean, you have nothing to do with it? You guys are going back too. Why? At Master Usagi's words, Iris-san and Lexia-san raised their voices. But Master Usagi's stance did not change. Is there anything else you can do about it? Looking at Yuuya's condition, at least he needs some rest. Can't you even understand that? Indeed, when we arrived, Yuuya was completely wounded. Luna also nodded to Master Usagi's words, and both Lexia-san and Iris-san were at a loss for words. Master Usagi let out a sigh to the two, who was still somewhat dissatisfied. Ha! It's not like it's a goodbye. In any case, you're going to explain this, including what happened this time. Do you mind, Yuuya? Why, yes. I'm fine with it. Right, that's it. Let's get back home. Ugh. Yes. Both Lexia-san and Iris-san reacted in the same way and went straight to the storage room where the door was. As soon as I was about to follow them and see them off, Merle-san, who had been silently listening to the conversation, raised her voice. Merle-san. Unfortunately, Merle-san's words were only understood by me, but Master Usagi and the others all stopped as one of the people they were interested in spoke up. Then Merle-san told us in a language that was not very clear to everyone. Our planet, please save us. These words were not only for me but for everyone present.